our business technology Toshiba studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam after breaking out of his shooting slump, hitting 3 3-pointers and the dagger with 32 seconds left to put away the Lakers. Malik Monk scored 24 points in 12 of Sacramento's 17 points in overtime. De'Aaron Fox finished with 37 points, 13 coming in the fourth quarter. However, he rolled over on his right ankle in the fourth quarter and needed 2 staffers to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to the show and SactownSports.com's Frankie Cardicelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. And in football, the San Francisco 49ers allowed 4 touchdowns for the first time this season in their 31-17 loss Sunday versus the Bengals. 49ers are on bye this week. Next game is November 12th at Jacksonville. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Let's get started with the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he.
Too detailed on that this early, but let me just say this. When he finally popped out, and as I will never forget, is they hand you the scissors and you're cutting the cord, right? Which, by the way, on him, Avery, straight through. Him, I'd do like 3, like they need to sharpen the scissors. I'll never forget, like snip, snip, and then finally third snip, cord's gone. But I just remember it was, I have a long-running joke with her and all my other women friends about how the biggest scam ever is that childbirth hurts, and because there's no way for us to verify it, and they go back many times and do it again voluntarily. So it's just a scam to get presents, right? Haha. I realized, though, as I was cutting the cord on my son, that I don't know how that fat head of his made it out. I remember looking at this giant bald dome of his, which we know where he got that one. But my head is long, like a moon. His head is like a sun, like it just. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking the only way I can as a man, because obviously we're not equipped to pass anything like that via our, equivalent. So I thought about the other way, and I went, oh, no chance. So it was at that moment that I decided I would not razz my wife anymore about childbirth, that she wins the battle, and she got the good drugs for it. But then, we brought little Gingeroni into this world, who is now 15, and I am 15 years old. and had the finals on Saturday afternoon against the number 1 ranked, whoever the hell they were. And they were undefeated coming in. We lost 1-0. Great game. Nobody got cheated. Physical. I mean, these kids are out there, dude, like just throwing each other around. It's insane, like flipping around and eating it and then getting up and dusting it off. And it was not a we were not cheated. It was a great experience. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. And I also think in that situation, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from coming out on the wrong end of the result. And then, my son is not an emotional person, has long been the joke. He's not. The last time I remember him getting emotional was at his grandfather's funeral a couple of years ago. And as he was walking, it was funny. My wife, we're walking kind of behind him, and he's walking ahead of us to the car, and she's mouthing to me like, "Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him." And I go, "Why?" She goes, "He's gonna start crying. He's like right there." And I had this thought, and I'm like, well, that's not what I'm gonna do. Like, my son is hurting.
Yeah.
I no, like, there's the her way.
I'm here to make fun of that.
Right. So I went right up to him and I said, "Dude, you are trash."
Yes.
I have fun walking home,
right.
Loser.
Yeah.
So
no crying in soccer.
Yeah, right. What is this crying about? So I put my arm around him. We're walking, and I don't think that's necessarily what he wanted at first. He did probably just, he was. My wife and I have different views on crying. My wife thinks it's the biggest sign of weakness ever, and she hates it, and it embarrasses her, and she tries to hide it. And nobody likes to cry, I don't think, but it's like, look, as I explained to him, hey, look, you've seen pretty much every superstar athlete known to man cry on national TV in front of millions of people. Maybe they're happy, maybe they're sad, whatever it may be. But it shows you care. And this is motivation for, off-season workouts, and he's going right into basketball. And I said, but you played well. The team played well. What are you crying for, pal? And he goes, I'm crying for, he was upset because the team has, I think, 7 seniors in the starting lineup. He was upset that the seniors were going to have to leave without having won a title. And I really didn't have a response to that, because that's actually, it's a pretty good reason to be upset. Why are you laughing? What was he saying? Somebody called him.
Yeah, a caller said, no, like, I love this show, loyal listener. No one wants to hear about your son's big head after a Kings victory.
No, that's not true. As a matter of fact, I was tweeted on the way in by several people that said, the Kings won. We want to hear about your son's big head.
And only that.
And only that. So coming up at 8:00, we're going to talk about childbirth 15 years ago.
The doctor's going to be on, right?
We're actually having our OBGYN on all these years later. She remembers it specifically. Coming up at 9, it's I need something with an N, instead of Niners at 9. I wouldn't say Nuggets.
Niners with the nurse.
Nurses at 9.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Niners with Nick Nurse. Yeah.
It's always fun when we get every year when we turn over and we get a new spate of listeners that come in that it takes them a moment to realize that we almost never and my fault here, but almost never talk. This is a ramp up. That's the whole point. This is the ramp up. This is calisthenics. It's our calisthenics because we have a ton to talk about.
We do.
And almost I was thinking last night in overtime, I was thinking about how I wanted to just go into the rundown and just change the whole thing to talking about anything but sport. I don't know that I could have I would have been a mental mess had the Kings lost last night. And we come in off a Warriors home loss, a Lakers home loss, the Niners losing to the Bengals for their 3rd in a row after starting out 5-0. That would not have been, I don't think anybody wanted that.
But one little redirection just made everything feel better, didn't it?
It did.
Better.
Yeah. It better. Like we still, unfortunately, have a lot. Well, I would also like to add to this segment too that for speaking of nurses and doctors, medical professionals, if you would like, I won't speak for you, Jason. I certainly won't speak for Kyle, but based on his jumping videos, I'm going to leave him out. I would be happy to donate my ankle to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah,
it's a good ankle.
Is it?
I mean, not a lot of wear and tear.
Really?
It's been rubbed in baby oil.
I've seen you walk around lately.
It would have to be the other ankle, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if our ankle is interchangeable. Like, can I give him my left ankle for his right?
I saw the movie Face Off. So really,
Yes.
at this point, anything's possible.
No, absolutely. I think we're all in the same boat. I think a lot of us would trade ankles. That's the big worry coming out of the game is De'Aaron Fox and his ankle. There were pictures yesterday of him being helped off the floor and back in the tunnel. The good news is he returned. The bad news is he then sat. And as anyone who has had any sort of injury like that, ankle or whatever, if in fact you sit, sometimes that's when it locks up. And I think a lot of folks, especially over in King's medical community, are waiting to see what De'Aaron Fox's ankle looks like today. Yep. Is it just a big puffy ball of whatever? I suppose, or I would imagine they did test last night before it blew up. So hopefully we will know today, MRI wise, what, if any, damage was done. But boy, did he flattened that thing.
Yes, he did. I mean, it's the clean roll of that ankle, which it does happen quite a bit. You hate to see it happen. It was great to see him come back in the game, because talk about an arena and an emotional. I mean, they popped when the second he walked back in the tunnel or back on the court and then checked in. Oh man, the place went nuts.
I think this is a fair question. Do we blame Steph Curry?
Yeah, for some reason.
No, the shoes.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Steph had ankle issues.
Yep.
And then now in the second,
I'm blaming him for everything right now.
I think so. I think what happened is Steph beat us on Friday and then managed to submarine De'Aaron Fox's ankles with his dumb shoe.
Yeah.
I think that's actually the top storyline. And we should get some sort of remuneration for that as a team. I would say a few draft picks.
Yeah.
That's my idea.
Fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matt Barrows will join us at 8 a.m. and we will break down for the third week in a row a 49er loss. And obviously it was a 2-game weekend for the Sacramento Kings. That means we have your Jiffy Lube drive of the game coming up, 7:45, Jason?
Yes.
Yeah, 7:45. So if you were tuned in last night to the G-Man, you will know what that was. You call in, you tell us what the drive was, and you will win a $100 gift certificate. So we will do that. We've got a recap of 3 in the key, all the same stuff, but most importantly, you and yours. We appreciate you tuning in. We'll take a quick break, just 1 minute. When we come back, leading off for a Monday next.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around the store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Huerter pops out on the left wing. Monk drives, kicks. Here's Huerter for 3. He's got the triple. Kings lead by 5. 32 seconds to go on the Kevin Huerter three-pointer. His 3rd in 7 attempts tonight, giving him 12 points. Kings fans are on their feet. Timeout has been taken by Darvin Ham and the Lakers. 32 seconds is still a lot of time in a 2-possession game, but right now, Kings fans are on their feet rejoicing.
I mean, I don't know why, Jason, but maybe it's just my general sunny disposition when it comes to this team. But going to overtime, knowing that Domantas Sabonis was out, De'Aaron Fox was injured. I was so geared, just gearing myself up mentally, getting this ball of anger inside of me, just prepping myself for turning it off with, 10 seconds left and the Lakers holding the ball as, stupid Laker fan that just infects the building like no other, was, happy clapping, and just go into this rage mode for the rest of the night into today. And something happened. And, look, full credit to Domantas and Fox for all their heart and soul and contributions, and you don't win without them. But to see them out and then for the rest of the team to step up was not only, I think, a victory for the depth, but also hat tip to Monty, because that's what depth does. That is what when the Lakers are riding on 70-year-old LeBron James and rubber ankled Anthony Davis for 70 minutes, the Kings just have depth they can use. They used it last night and they got the victory.
It was one large step for mankind. It was a win really for the people. I'm with you. I thought the same. I was saying it in the break in overtime going, I think they're cooked. I mean, it just felt like, they had come back, and then the Kings had the lead late in regulation, and it felt like a game they were going to win. And then when Sabonis is out and Fox is hurt, it just felt like they didn't have enough momentum. But Malik Monk was terrific in overtime. He was awesome, and he helped save the day.
What was that? I should have saved it. I saw a stat. It was like Malik Monk becomes the 3rd King to have, I think it's 11 or more points in the OT. De'Aaron Fox was one. He was the other. And then I think it was somebody old. Not like Theus, but it was, just when you think about that. Yeah. And Malik Monk just has a way with moments. Yes. If you will. You just look, and I saw the whole thing that he had, 10 or I think it was 11 points. And I went, in a way it was kind of quiet too. Like he wasn't, we didn't have like the Malik Monk fire game last night. Mm-hmm. It was just, 3 here, well, floater here, foul, couple of shots.
But when they needed him, he was there in OT, and he was a facilitator too. He would set up other people, and it's really nice to have him as just a guy that can. I think he can get as hot as anybody on this team, which is fun to watch, and he really helped take over that game.
We're going to talk a lot more about this, including shout out to our guy, Red Velvet. I was so happy he hit that shot. Mm-hmm. He is grinding right now. And the amount, just in 3 games, the amount of shots that have just rimmed out, halfway down and out. And it's one of those things like in baseball. When you're hot, a little dinky ground ball with eyes finds the hole. Mm-hmm. When you are in a slump, you hit the holy crap out of the ball, and it's right to the third baseman. It's right to the first. Huerter's in that line drive right to the guy moment now.
He's the only one on the team right now. Look, I want everybody to make every shot, but I think about it every time he shoots. Come on, Kev. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
And just for him, for his sake. Of course I want him to make everybody to make everything, but if Fox misses 5 in a row, like nobody's worried.
No.
And it's just a point right now where they're just not going in. And he made a few during the game, just enough. But I'm glad he made that big one in OT.
I am too. And doing his damnedest on defense as well. All right, cut number 2.
Cut number 2.
And they're going to run this to Mixon here. Mixon to the left in the gun, going to take it, going to bop out wide, gets wide on both sides, going to walk in the end zone, strutting, touchdown Bengals.
I don't like that version of Greg Papa.
That was a
somber.
Yeah, just a stern.
Yeah. He's mad at the Niners.
I was working the game yesterday. He sounded disgusted in the whole fourth quarter. Like, just very disgusted.
I think he's all of us.
I think he came home, and the one thing he asked the Niners to do while he was gone was to clean their rooms.
Yeah.
And he came home and he opened the door to their rooms and hands on hips. Just that was his tone. Like, I just don't even know what you had one job.
Yeah.
They did not accomplish it. No. Remember, I don't know if you and I are the same generation. You're going to remember this, I think. Remember when the Niners destroyed the Cowboys and were 5-0?
I do remember that. Yeah.
That was cool.
That was.
Yeah, the Cowboys, Niners. This is the NFC.
Will they ever lose? They're boring. There's no flaws in this team.
We were all laughing at that Cowboy fan making a cell phone call when it was 35-10.
It was great.
They're never going to win again.
Ever. I tweeted out yesterday. I said that they're not going to lose the rest of the regular season. That's what I tweeted. I said it. A lot of people
tweeted that?
I did. I pinned it too.
Oh, so this is for real.
I'm trying to think where I'm trying to say the thing into existence. It's not my way.
Yeah.
I'm trying a thing.
They've changed you.
They I'll tell you this, boy, it sure does. Offensive linemen don't stand out because they don't catch touchdowns. They don't run the ball. They don't throw the ball. They don't pick it off generally. I think it's safe to say this is a different team without Trent Williams. I'm not, we can go excuses all day long, but you take Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel off this team, and this is not, they can't run left.
Yeah.
They have half their playbook. They don't have their Swiss Army knife in Deebo. Juwan Johnson is out there. What did I see? He ran like the most routes ever without a single, throw to him.
Or Jennings, yeah.
Or when I say
Juwan Johnson.
Yeah.
But watching this too, by the way,
yeah.
As much as we're gonna talk about the Niners in this, I thought Joe Burrow was incredible, and I think they did a good job in the broadcast talking about it. He's healthier, and you could see it. His legs saved the day for them, and he made so many plays that you play the game when you play the game. If this was 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't think he gets out of a lot of those things.
Agreed.
But it doesn't matter. It wasn't 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was awesome. Niners got to figure it out. They're in a bad way right now.
6 carries, 43 yards, 7.2 yards per carry. His longest was 20. Here's the thing: doesn't tell the story. What I would like to see is how many of those 6 carries were on third down.
Yeah,
he just every time they needed yardage, he just got it.
Well, how many times did it look like they had him wrapped up multiple? And you're like, he just kept plays alive and made great plays.
In the meantime, he was 28 of 30. He played about as perfect a game as you could. He missed 4 passes out of 32 attempts, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The Niners did sack him 3 times.
Yeah, but he carved up that elite defense. It hasn't looked elite lately.
Yep, and at some point, not at some point, we're already there. Something that I didn't think was going to happen when the Niners signed Steve Wilkes. I went, oh my God, this is the guy that should have been the head coach of Carolina. This is a uniter, somebody that universally was loved over there. And now we go Saleh, Ryans into Steve Wilkes, who'll probably have a head coaching job next year. This is great. Carry on. Well, he can't make Bosa sack people. I understand that. But he's the new guy. And this defense, which looked so fantastic in the first 5 games, has just completely, and that's not Trent Williams or Deebo or McCaffrey or Purdy's fault, all who have been banged up. I don't know what the hell is going on the defense. Not perfectly healthy, but they're about as healthy as they can be. And in the meantime, they're giving up 30+ here and there. So a lot to talk about there. Very disappointed Greg Papa will join us on Friday at 8:13. As always, real quick, cut number 3.
Cut number 3.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the wall, and the
That's a hell of a call.
That's a great call.
Really was.
I like that call.
That's a very good call. Not the Rangers come back and, as you just heard, walk off game one. A game the Diamondbacks very much looked like they were going to take for most of it. Then the Diamondbacks turn around and go 9-1 in game two in Texas. That was quite interesting. And then tonight, game three in Arizona. Scherzer on the mound for the Rangers. It's an interesting series. It's an entertaining series so far.
Absolutely.
Even the 9-1 is entertaining because I'm just waiting for Kyle's Rangers to come back. So we're in a Texas hat, a brand new tag store.
I was talking. It's actually like a 10-year-old hat, but I was talking to Pat down the hall, and he was like, "Who are you rooting for?" I was like, "Well, it was San Diego, then Atlanta, then the Astros-Phillies matchup. So I guess now Rangers."
Would you have rooted for the Astros?
I've talked about this before. I know I'm supposed to hate the Astros, and I can't stop really, really liking the Astros.
You and Meal should do a podcast on the station. Like, teams we shouldn't root for, but we do. Because Emil's got the Sonics. We found out last week. You and the Astros.
They're so fascinating.
Aren't you oh, no, you're a Padre fan. Why was I almost going to say, aren't you kind of an A's fan? Have I seen you in A's gear?
I've worn the Cell shirt a bunch of times.
Well, that doesn't count. That was a good game.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get a good game in game three tonight. 5:03 first pitch.
5:03?
5:03.
I'm going to check them on that. See if they really throw it at 5:03.
They won't. They'll be like 5:04.
Yeah.
And then if that's the case, 12 minutes later, Raiders-Lions.
Yes.
Monday Night Football. It's a big, big game because I have the Lions tight end and other guys, Josh Jacobs, and in a very low-scoring lead, I have a 5-point lead.
So is 5 that much?
You get 1 point for every 25 yards rushing and 6. So if he scores a touchdown or 6, touchdown kills me unless Laporta, who's had a good year, unless he does a thing or two. So, let's go Lions. By the way, I also had some Raider fans popping up in my mentions yesterday after the Niners loss. Like, what are you doing, guys?
Popping up.
What are you popping up for? Shoosh.
Was that after you said the Niners are winning out?
Yes, it was in that one.
You tried the thing.
And the Raider fans look, and then, it's like, go back to the G League.
They lost to Tyson Bagent.
Yeah.
Burned.
Yeah, who then did the Chargers just score another touchdown?
Yeah.
I think they did. So let's all pipe down.
That's where the game's over.
Yeah, we'll take a break. When we come back, Adolis Garcia is having a wonderful postseason, as are the Arizona Diamondbacks. Also, we'll look ahead to tonight's matchup and who we predict will win. It's Safe or Out coming up right after this.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Monday. We're out to a cool start. Expect temperatures to dip down upper 30s this morning. For the afternoon, mostly sunny skies ahead, highs in the low 70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? Writer Josh Sen says it has implications for your enjoyment of the game as well as your pace of play. In a survey of 700 PGA and LPGA professionals, they say Roughly 75% of female golfers and 50% of males play from distances that exceed their ability. Rounds are time-consuming and the game becomes less fun. The PGA, LPGA, and USGA spent years crunching numbers, surveying players, and reached guidelines based on your 7-iron distance. If you hit your 7-iron 140 yards, best course length is 5,900 to 6,100 yards. If your 7-iron goes 125 yards, play from 5,400 to 5,600 yards. If you bash your 7-iron 170 yards, play wherever you want. On a recent golf trip to Grey Eagle, the G-Man Gary Gerald and I moved up a tee and thoroughly enjoyed ourselves hitting greens and putting for birdies. Give it a try and see if you don't have more fun. But the putting, well, that's on you. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and, and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam and got the Defensive Player of the Game chain after breaking out of his slump, hitting the dagger three-pointer with 32 seconds left to play. Malik Monk scored 24 points, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 overtime points. De'Aaron Fox finished with 13 points coming in the fourth quarter. However, he rolled over on his right ankle in the fourth quarter and needed two staffers to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to the show and SactownSports.com's Frankie Cardicelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. Those are your headlines. It's time for Safe or Out.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's Safe or Out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
It was a fun sports weekend in Sacramento. We'll recap it all in the next segment. Kings at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. A lot of Kings. It's good to be with you, and it's good to have the Kings back.
Yeah, we're kind of bouncing back between Kings and Niners today. Different results. Kind of a mixed bag for the Kings, but rough for the Niners.
Would you have traded the Laker win for a Warrior win? Yeah, we'll have questions like that. Also, would you have traded the Laker? Well, I guess it depends on what happens, but I found myself last night wondering if the Laker win was worth Like, would you go back and take the loss if Fox didn't land on his ankle?
Yeah, that would be.
But then if he just is going to be fine and play the next game, then I'd say no. Right. But if he's going to be out for a few games,
don't know.
Obviously, if something on that, which I doubt it will, but if something on that breaks while we're on the air, we'll obviously tell you immediately. In the meantime, baseball time, safer out, Kyle Ledbetter.
Safer out number 1, Texas Rangers right fielder and my new favorite baseball player, Adolis Garcia, hit the first walk-off home run in a World Series Game 1 since Kirk Gibson in 1988. His 22 RBIs are also a new baseball postseason record. Safer out, Garcia is having the best playoff run in any of our lifetimes.
Nope, that would be Will Clark against the Chicago Cubs.
Before my lifetime.
1989. Grand slam off Greg Maddux, Game 1 at Wrigley Field. Batted, I want to say, .650 in that series. But I think the question is more when you say playoff run, Will Clark, of course, well, he did get to the World Series, but we know how that went. He's having a real good run. Adolis Garcia. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm going to say because I can't think of a better playoff run all the way through, I'll say safe.
Yeah, I can't think of one either, and just recency bias certainly is a factor, but the amount of stats he's now putting up, to have a walk-off in the World Series, to have so many big hits, to even go through that stretch where he struck out 4 straight times and then just continue to keep hitting big hits after big hit after big hit. So, yeah, I'm going to go safe right now. I mean, I don't have one off the top of my mind either. So, yeah.
Safe. He's doing well.
Yes,
if they had an all-star team of just playoff players, he would be on it.
For sure.
Maybe the MVP.
Yeah,
probably.
There's a fun example that could compete with it. Remember Arozarena in the playoffs in 2020? Yeah. I believe, I don't know the flip on it, but I believe Adolis is the godfather of Arozarena's child.
What?
Oh. Yeah.
What is that all about? My goodness gracious.
Both from Cuba, and both were in the Cardinals minor leagues together.
Let me see here. Will Clark had 13 hits and 2 walks in 22 plate appearances over 5 games against the Cubs. Had a 1.882 OPS, and his 11 total bases were a record at that time. Yeah, well,
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but it's no Adolis Garcia.
Right.
Number 2.
Safe or out?
The Arizona Diamondbacks 9-1 blowout in Game 2 was more impressive than the Rangers' late comeback win off Arizona's bullpen in Game 1. Safe or out?
Out. I understand the argument for both sides. That was a heck of a comeback, and it was off Arizona's bullpen, which has been just fine. It was at home. It was, and I saw that, and I went, oh, gosh, God, that might have been Arizona's chance. It reminded me last year when we had Denver back-to-back, and we should have won the first one and didn't. It was like, oh, well, we're screwed. And then we ended up winning Game 2. It's kind of like, it's almost exactly what happened in the World Series. I'm going to say out. I do think that comeback was quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and think about the ramifications now. If it's 2-0 Diamondbacks instead, that comeback was great. So I'm going with you as well. It's that Game 1 was, and the walk-off, all of that was better than the 9-1.
Number 3.
Safe or out?
Safe or out. The Texas Rangers will win Game 3 tonight in Arizona.
You know, every time the Arizona Diamondbacks are starting to fit into my Chuck Liddell rule from years ago, where I would just, this is where Chuck's run ends. Oh, he's facing Randy Couture. Couture's going to take him down. Oh, this guy's a better, and Chuck would. Until finally, I just said, I'm just done betting against Chuck Liddell. It's not. I will not bet against Chuck Liddell until after he loses. Until then, the Diamondbacks are getting in that mode with me mentally, because every time I go, oh yeah, they're not going into Philly. Game 6 and 7. Oh, they won Game 6. Well, they're not winning Game 7. Oh, they lost Game 1. That crushed them. No, because the Rangers have Adolis Garcia. The Diamondbacks have this guy named Ketel Marte, who's having quite the postseason himself. I am going to bet against the Diamondbacks. I am going to say the Rangers are going to win Game 3, but I'm putting everybody on notice. If the Diamondbacks win tonight, I'm done betting against them, and I'm picking them to win the World Series the whole way through.
Yeah.
I'm that guy.
I'm going to pick the Diamondbacks tonight, because the more and more you watch them, like, I don't know why they didn't win more games in the regular season. Right. Their bullpen's amazing. They I don't even say play old school, but they steal bases. They put the ball in play. They will hit home runs too. But I mean, they're doing kind of the conventional way to play baseball. Just do as many different things as you can to make it difficult on the other team. And like I said, stolen bases, putting pressure on the defense, constantly putting the ball in play. And that's a tough recipe that does win and is won over time. So I'm picking the Diamondbacks tonight.
They finished one game ahead of the Chicago Cubs for the final wild card spot, 84-78. 84-78 would have gotten them a couple games behind the Seattle, 4 games behind the Seattle Mariners, who did not make the postseason.
And our guys starting for the Diamondbacks, Brandon.
You mentioned that bullpen. Like 3 of the 4 best relievers weren't on the team in July.
Right.
I think what happened with the Diamondbacks, if we're looking at this from a Hollywood standpoint, is at some point in August/September, that's when the montage music began. And it hasn't stopped yet. Like, This is the montage where somebody did something in the locker room. There was a speech. There was, wow, we can really do this, guys.
In an odd twist, odd montage music is Creed.
I mean,
we thought it was the Ranger song, but
we're having to talk about that. Not a great weekend for Creed. Creed took a hit this weekend.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Vikings or the Rangers, arms may have to come closed instead of being wide open, because there's something going on there. And there's a lot of frowny faces in Texas. There's a lot of frowny faces in Minnesota. There's a lot of frowny poops in your backyard if you're not using my good friends at Supreme Source. Super premium dog food. Thank you, Jason Ross. They're the fastest growing premium doggy food in the entire country. And as we pause for this just 1 minute break, I want to remind you they're family owned and operated for 50 years. They are privately owned. Why do I mention that? Because they have shareholders that say, cut back on the organic seaweed, maybe use some processed food. No, the shareholders are the dogs. And it's funny because in my copy points here, it mentions the shareholders are the doggies. And I have more than a couple times thought of like a shareholder meeting. How great would that be? A shareholder meeting where it's just like 75 dogs in a room, all up on chairs with like notepads, maybe some bifocals. It would just be chaos, and I'd be completely there for it. Powerful antioxidants, superfoods that help support healthy digestion and intestinal health with 6 recipes. Maybe you've got a picky dog. Unlike mine, I could throw nails and screws and wing nuts in a bowl and he'd chow them down. But maybe your dog's picky. Well, that's fine. You can interchange any of those recipes, and you don't have to worry about weaning them off of one and into another or having some sort of blowout because you changed food. They're all interchangeable. It's okay. 3 sizes, 5, 11, and 22 pounds. And you can get them at Safeway, Smart, and Final, Save One, and Winco. Want to learn more? Good. You always should. Educate. Go to SupremeSourcePet.com. Supreme Source. Super premium dog food. Bark, bark. Do more for your doggy's tummy than rub it. We'll take a break. What a sports weekend in Sacramento. We'll recap all the wins and maybe a loss, but we'll do all that next.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports is home to the Kings, Niners, and now the business of sports. Hosted by Kelly Brothers and brought to you by Cap Trust, offering customized, independent financial advice at captrust.com. Join Kelly Brothers, Carmichael, Dave, and Jason as they look at the business of sports every Thursday at 7:40 a.m. You want to know how sports really work? Follow the money with Kelly Brothers from Cap Trust on Sactown Sports.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Well, hello, my friends. We meet again. I love returning with Creed. Also reminds me I will not be on the Creed cruise. It's unfortunate.
Officially, or is it out?
I mean, I'm on the waiting list, but I'm not confident. Yeah. Not confident at all. And
if the Rangers win it all, are they going on that cruise?
They should. They probably can't get on. Sold out. Good luck, Rangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins bought all the tickets.
Yeah, hello. Well, he's not going to need him now. We'll get to that later. If he is, he's going to be wheeling himself around. I wonder if he's going to go to Aaron Rodgers' doctor, because Aaron Rodgers is like doing gymnastics and stuff now after he tore his Achilles 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later. In the meantime, it was a great time to be a Sacramento sports fan over the weekend. Let's start with the Stingers that are pointed directly up, Jason. The Stingers are erect. Let's just say what it is. They are pointed up, buddy. They are. You had a front row seat for that one. You live in the front row of life.
Yeah,
our
that's
boss
what they
says.
say.
And I'll tell you something. They brought in that freshman quarterback, and oh my goodness.
Yes, it turned around for them. They were losing actually at one point, 16-14.
Yeah.
Scored 37 points in a row. So nice win for them.
Mm-hmm.
Part of a good weekend of Sacramento sports.
Now, I know you're not the coach. You're the play-by-play voice. But for those of us who are not entrenched as much as you, does this, is his montage music playing? Now is that his job? Do you think?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question because I don't know what they'll do. Yeah, good question from the back.
Appreciate that.
My guess, because they go to Missoula, Montana, one of the toughest places to play, the Grizzlies, who are 7-1. I bet they play both. They've done this before. They started the year that way, then kind of locked in on Caden Bennett, 1 QB, and he's been fine.
Sure.
But Carson Conklin, true freshman, comes in, and, they wanted to see him.
Carson Conklin?
Yeah. Pro name right there.
Listen.
Just on names.
We've had Coach in studio. We've had Coach on. I certainly wouldn't want to second guess him. Carson Conklin, is he a true freshman? Not a false freshman. True freshman.
True.
Comes in. And they go on a 37-0 run with the true freshman with the Creed montage music playing, probably.
Yeah.
That's your guy. No offense to anyone else, but
he had you with the name.
Carson Conklin. That is a pro name.
Boy, here.
Sorry, that is a wonderful name.
Yeah.
No wonder he did so well. He comes in, does the double kiss to the sky. And he just First
darts.
Do you happen to remember? Did he complete his first pass?
Yeah.
Completes that first pass, gets it out of the way, and next thing you know, it's just all instinct.
Right.
This guy, that guy. Oh, boom, touchdown. Times 4. 8, 7, 8, 9. Well, probably 4 touchdowns and 3.
He threw 3, but there was a couple. There was 1 touchdown. Yeah.
Guys maybe look at him a little raised eyebrow in the huddle at first, like, oh, true freshman, huh? What do you got, Conklin?
Yeah.
And he goes out and just bazookas Idaho State.
Nothing but bazookas.
What are the Idaho States?
What's your guess?
Well, my guess would obviously be the potatoes, but that's not it. The militias, but that's probably not it either.
I've been reading the live read all week, so I know the answer.
Have you? What is it?
Do you want to guess?
I did twice.
The Niners played them yesterday.
They're the Bengals?
Yeah. Or the potato salads.
Which would be fine.
Yeah.
No raisins in it, please.
No. Oof, no.
Well, congratulations to the Sacramento States.
Yeah.
As they continue to roll. We'll talk to Coach Dan this week about the Aggies.
Tough weekend for them.
They did not have. Yes. And we'll ask him, is it because of Scott Marsh? Is it time for a change? I'm just saying.
Interesting. That would be a question I think you should ask.
He's been there a long time.
Yeah.
And at some point you just look and go, well, what's consistent here?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's Marsh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying that's what should happen.
Right.
I'm just
posing the question.
I'm asking the questions. Yeah. Sac Republic.
Yeah.
We had the dueling nights between the Kings and the Republic. Turns out people went to both. And
did you end up going out there?
I didn't.
Okay, because I knew you had maybe talked
I
about
was going to go out there. I ended up watching everything from the house. I had some family in.
But what, 3-1 final?
Yeah, and it was they now have two more wins, And 10 years apart, they'll be champions. They've got home pitch advantage for the remainder of the playoffs if they just continue winning. And their next matchup against the hated, and I know I say that as a bit all the time, but like literally the hated Phoenix Rising. Like they're lame. Their franchise is lame. They're kind of a little bit dirty, and their fans are incredibly lame.
So this time it's for real?
It is so for real. It is absolutely so for real there. And let's bring home a championship.
Yeah.
Ringy fingers getting a little light. Gonna need another one here, guys. Yeah. But no, it was fantastic. Rodrigo Lopez, he may be 74 years old. I don't know, but he just means so much to the heart and soul of this team. Him being injured and the team being able to stay afloat, more than stay afloat with him out. And now that he's back, and they're just it feel I don't want to go too far, but they're starting to get that look.
Yeah.
That confident look. And then of course you had the Kings beating the Lakers last night in OT. Now, we have to mention, after losing to the Warriors in the home, which by the way, that home opener record, just there's another L on that.
Yeah.
What was the King? Do you happen to remember off the top of your head? What was the Kings' biggest lead in that? Wasn't it?
Warriors about 11, I think.
Yeah, it was double digits. Yeah. There was a point in that game where I thought, oh God, okay, they got it. Like this is good. Never, as a Kings fan, you never think they've got it, but they look fantastic. And that stupid face, stupid Steph, dumb Curry guy.
91 points in his last 2 games in that building.
I'm going to say this. I could be wrong. But I feel like if he didn't play in those games, they would have lost.
Yeah.
It's different. It is different. And let me say that as the headline. It is 100% different. But I feel like Steph Curry is the new Kobe Bryant. I hate him so damn much, and a stupid sleepy thing that he does, the night. I hate him passionately. I don't want him to get injured. I just want him to play crappy. I'm not going to lie. Of course, I think one should be able to do whatever they want. Of course, I just wish our players nothing but the best. And if it makes sense for them, it makes sense for them. But Friday night's game really helped me internally decide where I was at, because I was kind of waffling. Like, did De'Aaron really have to sign with his shoe? Like, you could sign with anyone's shoe. Did you have to sign? And then, because then the photos came out, and it's like De'Aaron holding a ball and Curry's behind him, like
so buddy,
right? Like they're just like they're about to have their own sitcom.
Yeah.
And I get that it's business. I mean, this is fake outrage. Don't get me wrong. Don't people start, taking me seriously here. But there is a little part of it that's like, oh God, what if Chris Webber had signed with the Kobe brand the following year? Right. Just gross. And then Steph comes in and Wardell's his way through the game and does the night. And what I mean by he's our new Kobe is this, like, I hate him so much. I hate watching that. But I also love and respect the guy. Like, yeah. I mean, come on, dude.
We have to wait a long time. They don't face him till Wednesday.
Yeah, it's great. And then do we face? Is that out of back-to-back? And then we face him Thursday?
I did look. They play them every game.
They actually do. Yeah, so we got a break with the Lakers.
Yeah.
So basically, we will have 4 games into the season played the Warriors as much as we played all other teams combined.
This is like a really messed up Groundhog Day scenario.
It is.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Wednesday, we will have played the Warriors 9 out of our last 11 games.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple in the preseason.
Hold on. Yeah. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
That's preseason.
Yeah.
I'm also playoffs is postseason, but I'm choosing to combine the two for my narrative. So we will have played them 9 of 11 times.
Yeah.
Plus, wasn't it the second to last regular season game too?
Oh, might have been.
Oh God.
Yeah.
10 out of 13. That's too much.
It is.
That's
too much Steph.
It's just too much Steph.
Yeah.
Done. I'm tired of him.
And now Draymond's back. Another fan favorite.
And then they're going to go into stupid Wednesday and watch Fox isn't going to play, which would be totally understandable. And then they're going to go in there and it's going to be, that's not the Warriors home opener, right? No. The Draymond's going to be back. And everyone's going to be like,
Chris Paul off the bench for the first time in his career.
And he's going to be floppy fishing. You know, one thing I really do enjoy about De'Aaron Fox's game, too, that's developed is his mockery of people flopping. Someone make a compilation of those. I think we're about 7 in so far, and I hope he does that for every single one. I think it should also be mentioned, finally, as we wrap the segment up here, Jason, while we're already reading out of Philly, out of Phoenix, while we're already reading 3-4 games into the season about stars needing to rest because they're so tired, De'Aaron Fox, like, his ankle fell off last night, and it had to be surgically reattached in the locker room, and he came back in and knocked down a 3.
Right.
And played all he could until he literally had to be, like, dragged off the floor. Like, and you know that whether he plays Wednesday or misses, whatever ends up happening, he's going to return sooner than he should. And I really hope, like, I don't know that the NBA can do anything about rest. You know who could really do something about rest, honestly, is the fans. Because I think we need to change the culture of being a fan to where when somebody you have to rest. Do you need to rest from your 30 minutes of NBAing? Like, I think that's what needs to happen. Like, just basically demean anybody resting. Just demean them. Question their manhood.
Yeah.
Are you an adult? Are you a man or are you a mouse? That's what needs to happen.
That'll get them.
That will, because then everyone has an ego, and they're like, "I'm not a mouse. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man." And then they go out and they play. I just want to shout out De'Aaron for that, because he's like, "Rest. I got your rest right here, buddy." And then he goes out and he hearts and souls his way through, which we'll talk about next. We got some audio for you, including overtime hero Malik Monk. The Kings have a 1-1 weekend, but they beat the hated stupid Lakers. L Street's that way, fans. Whatever you call yourself. Take your double-fisted beers and your schmedium Kobe Bryant jersey and walk on down. Walk on down the line, pals. We'll do that right after this.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. Drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. Pick up to 40 days of consistency. On low Febreze car clips right on your fit. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
It's time now for the Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Home Services. For all your roofing and solar needs, visit acrhomeservices.com. Well, Monday Night Football gets two teams who need the extra day to prepare. Rough losses for Las Vegas and Chicago last week, and Detroit got worked by Baltimore. As for the Silver and Black, time to find something in the run game. Josh Jacobs now 7 straight games under 4 yards per carry, and it won't be easier this week as Detroit is number 6 against the run. That is your Silver and Black Report. Let ACR Home Services be your one-stop shop for all your home needs, starting with unbeatable roofing services. Right now, get a new roof and receive $1,000 off that roof. So sign up today and save with no payment for up to 12 months. And ACR is more than just a roofing company. Whether it's roofing, solar, electrical work, you name it, when you choose ACR Home Services, you're not just getting a contractor, you're partnering with a team that's invested in your satisfaction. That's ACR Home Services.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of thousands of customers every single day. Learn how you can leverage their reach for your business. Text digital to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text digital to 916-766-5105.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Tape it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam after breaking out of a shooting slump. He hit the dagger for the win with 32 seconds to play. Malik Monk had 24 points, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 in overtime. De'Aaron Fox left the game in the fourth quarter with an ankle injury. Still had 13 points in the fourth quarter and 37 on the game. Keep listening to the show and check out SactownSports.com, where Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez will have the latest injury updates. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Now let's return to more of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Sabonis with the rebound going end to end. He drives on Reeves and powers right through him to score. And the Kings have a 4-0 start in this one. Zinkoff at the top of the three-point arc makes it cut down the right side of the lane. Inbounds pass comes to JaVale McGee. Goes strong. Hammers it off the dribble. LeBron came over, but he had no chance to legitimately defend. There's a midcourt runner. D'Angelo Russell off the top of the backboard in the first 12 minutes. Find the Sacramento Kings having scored 41 points to lead by 13. Fox now with a shot clock at 5. At 4, dancing with the dribble. Rocks, fires for 3. He's got the bucket. Fox with a 21-point first half. 2 seconds to go for LeBron. They're not even going to try to shoot and score it. LeBron just took 2 dribbles and threw it toward the official. And at the end of the first half, the Kings have regained a double-digit advantage, 66-55. Sabonis heels at the arc. Now to Keegan Murray on a run-by. He shoots for 3. He's got the triple. Keegan Murray from downtown. He's got 6 of his 11 in this quarter. Sacramento regains the lead. It's 106-104. 5 minutes to go in regulation. 2:38 and counting in this nail-biting fourth quarter. The conclusion of this one on a Sunday night in Northern California. Here's Fox driving, plants, squares up the floater. He's got the deuce. He's got 35. It's 110-104. 10 unanswered points for Sacramento. Fox now gets it into the front court. 6 seconds to go. It's going to be Fox all the way, it appears. He shakes. He drives. He hooks a pass to Keegan for the win. Three-pointer, no good off the iron. And we will go to overtime.
Why does that shot never fall?
Never.
Ever for any of us, except for when it does.
Right.
Oh, it was a great look.
It was one of those. So I don't do this often. I was actually filming from up there. I said, I'm going to film this time. I want to get this. And as soon as Keegan got it and shot it, I don't know, just for whatever reason, from my angle, I stopped recording.
Oh, really?
It just looked flat and short. And it was, I don't know how flat it was. It was definitely short. And just went,
It was a couple feet, I think, beyond where he normally shoots. It was.
I really thought Fox was going. And the pass was great. I mean, it was wide open.
So the Lakers. The Lakers thought that too. And I'm curious. I don't know if he said it. I didn't watch all the post game. If that play was a Fox option or if that was a design play for Keegan.
Yeah.
And if it was a design play for Keegan, or either way, Fox giving him that opportunity as well, both show how much the coaching staff and the players have confidence and want Keegan to hit those shots. And that's one of those little things that we look at, we talk about the next day, but you kind of want to bank it because the hope is that as I think this team, from the coaching staff down to Fox, Sabonis, and the players, understand that Keegan Murray gives them a completely different ceiling.
Yeah.
And I think they want him to be that. They want him to shoot that. They want him to win those ball games. Last night it didn't happen. They still got the victory, but maybe that shot falls next time and the time after that. So we go to overtime, and it's Monk time.
Malik Monk drives inside. He draws a foul and scores. Somehow he was able to contort his body and reach around Anthony Davis and convert with the left hand. 16 points now for Malik Monk, and he will shoot an and one.
He wasn't done.
Kevin Huerter, left wing for 3. No good. Back tap, kept alive. Keegan Murray tips it out. Here's a 3 from Monk. Malik Monk from downtown makes it 127-123. Sacramento by 4. 1:30 left in overtime.
I want to play this just because I don't know how many other Kings fans have just the most ridiculous multi-generational PTSD that I do, but this brought back memories.
Malik drives, goes behind the back with a dribble, circles underneath the basket, kicks to the corner. Harrison Barnes for 3. It's no good. Back tap by Monk, but he tapped it to a streaking LeBron James. LeBron anticipated it, takes it right to the rack and scores it. It's a 2-point game with
no more tapping out. No more tap outs to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Because apparently they just don't work.
Right.
You did the right move, it was the right play, but
just a streaking LeBron James.
Streaking stupid LeBron James. In the end, though, the dagger had a redhead at the other end of it.
Huerter pops out on the left wing. Monk drives, kicks. Here's Huerter for 3. He's got the triple. Kings lead by 5. 32 seconds to go on the Kevin Huerter three-pointer. His third in 7 attempts tonight, giving him 12 points. Kings fans are on their feet. Timeout has been taken by Darvin Ham.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes.
God, he needed that.
He did, and I think it started, though, earlier in the game where he truly was doing other things, and that's been part of the problem when he hasn't – I mean, Kevin's out there to score.
Yes.
And he's not the best defender, but he can make other plays.
Yes.
And I think his whole game has been impacted. So he rebounded better. He had a couple of blocks, had a really good block on AD, had some nice assists. And I don't know if that helped. And then he just kept shooting. I will say this, Dave. He's not making shots, but he shoots, which is important. You've got to keep doing it. The second he stops for fear of missing, then he's almost worthless. I hate to say it. That's what he's there for. So to his credit, he kept shooting, and he still didn't shoot that well, but that was a really big 3.
2 blocks, 4 assists, 7 rebounds, 0 turnovers.
Nice.
They were plus 11 with him on the floor. And 3 of 7 from behind the arc. We'll take that all day long. 4 of 12 overall. So what was he? 1 of 5 from the field when it wasn't a 3. Look, that's Mike Brown's in his head right now. And we'll play some post-game sound a little bit later from Kevin. Mike Brown's in his head, and Kevin's been very transparent about, like, hey, this has been a little bit of a struggle. I'm trying to keep my confidence, et cetera, et cetera. I'll let him say it, but he is responding, and I think this is the genius of Mike Brown. I think Mike knows it's short-term pain for long-term gain.
Yeah,
he's turning Kevin Huerter into a better player.
He is. He's trying to, and I think hopefully Kevin gets there and sees that. And Mike Brown, as much as he's been tough on him, yesterday was asked before the game, "Hey, any changes to starting lineup?" Like, no. Not at all. I got faith in my guys. I got faith in Kevin. I think Fox and Murray were very supportive of the entire team after the last game. So I think that's important, and every player is going to go through that at some point this year. It's just Huerter's going through it right now.
Malik Monk joined Mark and Katie post-game.
Well, we just lit the beam here in Sacramento, and we're joined by Malik Monk. Malik, you had 21 tonight. But in the big picture, the way in which you guys won this game without De'Aaron at the end because of his ankle issue and some of the other adversities you guys encountered, what does a win like this mean?
Oh, yeah, man, it means a lot. It means a lot, especially when we don't got our all-star point guard, man. It just shows that we're together and we know how to win.
Malik, Domas fouled out there late in the fourth quarter, and Mike Brown went with an incredibly small lineup against a very tall team. Can you talk a little bit about kind of how you guys approached that from a rebounding standpoint and how that small ball actually played to an advantage for you going down the stretch?
Oh, yeah. We was able to get AD away from the rim. And he's a big old presence down there. So when he's away from the rim, it's easy to attack and just make plays. But Mike going with the small ball unit, it just shows that he trusts us a lot and that we got a lot of dogs out there.
Malik hit a big 3 as an answer to one of the 3s that the Lakers hit. I think it was the LeBron 3. What was the thought process on that shot that you made? Because it was a pivotal one in the final outcome.
To hit it and yell at AD face. Nah, man.
Right in his retina, huh?
Right in his face. Right in his face.
How sweet is this for you to be able to pull off a win like this against your former team?
Oh, yeah, man. It's good, especially with AD, man. He talks a lot. Brian, those my vets, man. They taught me a lot when I was over there, but it's always good to be there.
Malik, I keep telling people, Malik means king in Arabic.
Yes, sir. Every time. Every time. Appreciate it.
Congratulations on the win.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
He is funny. Thank you to Mark and Katie for that. Getting to the important stuff, too, on the text line, 916-339-1140. Dave, did we ever find out about Scott and his Keegan calls regarding his inflection and whatnot? Sounds like the crowd does react to his tone. Funny you ask that. Scott was all over the place last night with his tone, and I actually texted him at one point and said, are you trolling me in any way? Just because he knows I'm watching and listening. And one of them, I'll have to find it. One of them, I'm not even, because normally he goes, Keegan. That's the exact tone he does it. I swear to God, he went, Keegan. Like, it was so low. I thought he was at, and the crowd, they're trained on the normal note, so you'll hear him. He goes, Keegan, and then like the whole crowd goes, Murray, like, and I'm thinking, are you hearing what are you trolling? And he wasn't. I'm not entirely sure he notices, or if he just builds it up. This is becoming a budding controversy. Also, try number 2 at the Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, I didn't hear it last night.
Yeah, so they're trying to inch the crowd in by playing those Seven Nation Army right at that. But I keep telling him, I go, look, I mean, I'm not the game ops guy. You guys are, and you're so wonderful at your job. But it's gonna have to be Moke going, Domantas Sabonis. And then it's not the first couple times. It's not going to be great. I'm telling you, it's going to take, I would say, between 1 and 2 times before the crowd completely gets it, and then they respond, and then it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. I told you, I heard it Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, very, very small murmur.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they're doing it.
Yeah, they're
but then it just kind of
yes. It needs to just catch one time, and then it'll be a thing for the rest of his career here. I'm very, very fingers crossed, because I honestly think if that happens, championship not out of the question.
Yeah.
Not out of the question.
That's the difference.
We'll take a break. When we come back, the Vikings, woof, rough weekend for them. Rough weekend for Jim Harbaugh and Michigan. And we'll look at the NBA weekend as well. Just a 1-minute break. 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings is next.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, we are Kings dominant today, but do not think we're not going to talk about the 49ers as much as we may not want to. They lose their 3rd straight. We'll hit our first reaction to that coming up in about 10 minutes right now. Kyle Ledbetter, brought to you by Fire Wings. It's 3 for Madness. Question 1, please.
Question 1. The Minnesota Vikings won their 3rd straight game to reach 4-4. However, Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles in the second half of the Packers game. So should the Vikings be buyers or sellers in the next 32 hours before the deadline?
Yeah, there's no question here for me. And it's unfortunate because they were starting to really pull it together. They won their 3rd straight over the weekend. That's a gettable division. There's one back of the Lions. So you'd think, okay, you've won 3 in a row. You're one back of the Lions, who are suddenly looking mortal again. Duh. Of course you're going to buy. I couldn't feel strongly in the opposite. Your season's over. You've lost Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson. It's done. Punt on the season. The smart move is to just punt on the season now. Obviously, don't have a fire sale, but if there is value to be gotten and that costs you wins in the interim, but will pay off next year via draft picks, salary relief, etc., you better do it, because to try to maintain any sort of whatever this year, and you might get a couple of heart and soul wins out of it, but you're literally missing Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson. Your ceiling is at best some sort of weird wild card thing, and I don't even think that's possible.
Yeah, they're not a championship team, right? And the irony of all this was there was a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks, should the Vikings trade Cousins?
Yeah.
Because that's a guy who could help a lot of teams. We talked about them and the Jets for a while. Like, would that be the right home for him?
Yeah.
And, man, Kirk Cousins has been so healthy. You were saying before the show, like, he's kind of grown on you.
He really has. I know that he's kind of dorky and, whatever, and he's had some silly moments, but look, man, he just seems like a hell of a nice guy.
Yeah.
I may not agree with him on all his personal things, but he doesn't do anything evil.
Yeah.
He just seems like a nice guy to be around, a fun guy to be around. And by the way, this is in his entire career, he has missed one game.
That's incredible.
And that was to COVID.
Yeah.
He's never missed a game due to injury until now. And as you said, one of the worst things to watch in sports are hey, look at the Achilles snap clip. And you saw that.
You can see it.
It's yucky.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'll bet you it doesn't feel good.
It feels like the angel devil on the shoulder thing, and the angel is everything that you guys just said, and then the devil on the other shoulder is like, trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, give up a 3rd-round pick.
I mean, I really hope they don't do anything. Well, I mean, I don't care. It's the Vikings. But if I was a Viking fan, I would really hope they don't do anything to just try to placate fans. And that's where egos get involved. You got to be analytical here and go, dude, you know what? Even if maybe we do trade for a Jimmy Garoppolo type. But all right.
The Niners still have Trey Lance?
Woof.
He's gone, right?
Well, at this point, I think half the fan base would be just fine with Brock Purdy getting, if the Vikings will offer something.
Oh, come on.
Although I would not put it entirely past the Vikings if they were going to do something, maybe something that's cost effective. They might kick the tires on Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Over there. Who knows? I don't care. It's the Vikings. I got my own crap to worry about as a Niner fan. Cut number 2, please.
Question 2.
Cut number 2, according to Dave.
Yeah, that's it.
Michigan University rescinded Jim Harbaugh's contract extension offer amid the Connor Stallions sign-stealing scandal. So based on what we know, there were new developments this weekend. Do you think Harbaugh will be coaching Michigan next year, leave for an NFL job, or end up resigning or getting fired?
I think it's the last one. And that, by the way, that doesn't mean that he ain't going to get an NFL job either. I mean, he's still going to be a hot commodity. He's a good coach. But it seems like the walls are starting to close in on him. When Michigan rescinds their contract extension, you have to understand how big that is and really put yourself inside those proceedings. You have to understand what a major thing it is for the athletic director. This isn't media. This is the AD and Jim Harbaugh sitting down, and the AD's turning to him and saying, yeah, dude, you're like arguably the number 1 team in the nation. You're winning. You're beating the hell out of everybody. You're doing everything we asked you to do. We have to rescind your contract extension. And the conversation that because Jim's obviously either going to go, why? Or Jim's going to go, yeah, I get it. Like, I don't care what Harbaugh's saying publicly. There's obviously some there because the university, by publicly rescinding his extension, that is a tacit admission of the fact that there is enough there for this to be an issue, and now all of a sudden they're on a wait and see. And some might argue they just abandoned their coach in front of the entire world. They just put their hands up and said, okay, we're going to let this thing happen. I think they got him. I think it's going to result in some sort of craziness. And I think, as we talked about it last week, Jason, I think the big story other than that story is Michigan, the number 2 and some would argue the number 1 team in the nation, are they going to be bowl eligible this season? Because if they're not, that is that most would say is Georgia's biggest competition. That goes out the window.
Yeah, of the 3 choices, I actually think he'll leave for an NFL job. I think it's a bit like, to your phrasing, it's a good one, how the walls are closing in on him. Yeah. And if you kind of follow his track record, there hasn't always been scandals attached to him, but he was at San Diego for, turn them around, leaves, goes to Stanford, helps turn them around, leaves, goes to the 49ers, turns them around, is gone. I mean, it just feels like he gets to a certain point and then that timeline ends quickly for him. They've been very good at Michigan. It depends on how much more heat is on this scandal, but he's been rumored to NFL jobs for a couple of years, and there'll be openings. We know that. I think it'll be the right time for him to leave.
Question 3, please.
Question 3.
What were each of your favorite non-Sacramento Kings moments from the NBA this weekend?
I don't want to steal any of your possible ones, Jason. Non-Kings. I wouldn't call it my favorite moment, but I do think an important moment to point out was the Nuggets going into Oklahoma City and beating them 128-95. OKC was 2-0 and looking fantastic, and this was the reality of all reality checks. They didn't get beat. They got absolutely punked by the Nuggets in front of their home fans to maybe cool that down. I will say maybe the most surprising moment was the Hawks going into Milwaukee after Dame's big debut and all that. They go into Milwaukee and they beat the Bucks. The Bucks fall to 1-1. And when you really think about it, it took everything they had. Everyone's focused on Dame's performance and 39 points, how crazy it was. Oh, it took everything the Bucks had to stave off a James Hardenless Philadelphia 76ers team. Imagine if the Bucks were 0-2 right now.
Right.
Atlanta went in there and beat them 127-110. So that's the most significant moment of the weekend for me.
Mine is kind of, to me, I don't know why I think it's funny. We're not even 1 week old into the NBA season, and the Chicago Bulls have played 3 very adventurous games. They played game 1 and lost and already had a players-only meeting. They responded with a narrow win in game 2. Then game 3, Zach LaVine scores a career-high 51, scores half of the Bulls' points, and they lose by 16 to the Pistons. They're an early season mess.
They really are.
And they actually have a lot of talented pieces that I could see them just totally shredding that lineup as the year goes along and then just moving pieces to just rebuild. Because there's enough winning pieces there, but to have a players-only meeting, a 51-point night, those are 2 losses already. And then the other game they won by, I think, a point or 2. So they've had an adventurous 5 days already.
Can I also nominate Kawhi Leonard falling to the floor in agony as Russell Westbrook throws up the game-winning shot?
Yeah. That was a great camera angle. Kawhi wanted no part of that.
I mean, the fact that he showed emotion, I think, was kind of cool. I really hope. I'm worried about the Bulls because you're right about the fire sale. And there's a lot of fire saleable pieces there.
Yeah.
And what I'm really worried about is that Kings fans, as soon as Zach LaVine becomes available, and it's almost inevitable that he will, or DeMar DeRozan, that Kings fans are going to jump all over that. And I understand on the surface why, but can I tell you, neither of those guys are the guy. Like, what they have, the Kings have in droves. So for me, there's one guy I'm interested on the Bulls if it became available.
Patrick Williams?
Florida State player. Not going to be good.
Okay.
Alex Caruso. Backcourt defense. Alex Caruso is a guy who, say what you want about him. He looks like Costa Koufis' son, but he looks like a little
Alex Koufis.
Alex Koufis. But he is a hell of a defensive player. And that's the only thing me personally, that's the only thing. I'm not interested in Zach LaVine's 51 points in that giant contract. I'm not interested in DeMar DeRozan and his 20-foot money perimeter shots. Very good on most teams. Yeah. They're great players. That's not what the Kings need. They need somebody who can defend. And Alex Caruso would be a fun pickup, much like Matisse Thybulle would have been last year. We'll take a break. When we come back, the Niners lose their 3rd straight. What in the, and pardon my French here, HE double hockey sticks is going on in Santa Clara? We'll talk about it next.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He stopped the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Monday. We're out to a cool start. Expect temperatures to dip down upper 30s this morning. For the afternoon, mostly sunny skies ahead, highs in the low 70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Sactown Sports is home to the Kings, Niners, and now the business of sports. Hosted by Kelly Brothers and brought to you by Cap Trust, offering customized, independent financial advice at captrust.com. Join Kelly Brothers, Carmichael, Dave, and Jason as they look at the business of sports every Thursday at 7:40 a.m. You want to know how sports really work? Follow the money with Kelly Brothers from Cap Trust on Sactown Sports.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton.
Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium. Then again, next year you get the latest iPhone. Every year. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from the station's network.
The glory and the greatness are only a few days away. The 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Santa Anita is finally here. The ultimate racing showdown that every owner, trainer, and jockey around the globe has in their sights. With $31 million in purses and awards, there's a lot at stake, but only the best will claim the coveted title of World Champion. Coverage begins Friday, November 3rd on USA and continues Saturday, November 4th on USA and NBC. Visit breederscup.com to learn more.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam after breaking out of a shooting slump, hitting the dagger three-pointer with 32 seconds left to play. Malik Monk scored 24, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 overtime points. The San Francisco 49ers allowed 4 touchdowns for the first time this season in their 31-17 loss Sunday versus the Bengals. After scoring 30 or more points in their first 5 games, the Niners have managed just 17 in each of their 3 losses. For more on that game, let's turn it back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Well, we got to get to the Niners, unfortunately. But this just came across the wire. It's good to be an NBA mailing list because you find out breaking news before other people do sometimes. So I'm proud to present to you breaking news out of the NBA as they have announced a multi-year partnership with Skims official underwear. Skims is now the official underwear partner of the NBA. And here's a quote for you. I am incredibly proud of Skims. It's a reflection of Skims' growing influence on culture. Together, Skims and the NBA will connect people of all backgrounds through fashion, sport, and talent. And I look forward to seeing the partnership thrive. That's Kim Kardashian, the co-founder and creative director of Skims. So, I mean, through underwear, they will leverage the power of basketball to generate excitement and demand in unexpected ways. Whatever happened to, like, you know what? They feel good and they don't itch. They don't ride up and they hold everything together.
Yeah.
You know, like in what world did these $1 million PR people go, you know what? This underwear is it's really going to help change the world.
Yeah.
You know, with the NBA's help, we're going to leverage these underwear. No, dude, it's called you don't itch, scratch your butt less, wear Skims.
Right.
We're going to change the world.
The entire culture.
It's like those mattress commercials with the wine glass on like the split mattress.
Yeah.
And you have the wife sleeping on one side and the wine glass on the other. And it shows like somebody,
they put like a bowling ball that bounces on there.
Yeah.
The wine glass
I've got the way that commercial should be, but I don't think I can say it on the air. But let's just say there's not a husband in the world that if you could prove that no matter what was happening on his side of the mattress, it wouldn't disturb the wife, that would buy that. Every husband would buy the mattress.
Yeah.
If you knew that. Anyway. Needed a glass of wine yesterday. The Niners lost their third straight. And there was at one point, there was one of the Purdy picks. And I found myself thinking, that might be the ball game. But then Jason Ross, Purdy drove him back down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, well, they might. But it was pick after pick, seemingly after pick, even though it wasn't. As you said earlier, Joe Burrow looked incredible. And the Bengals came in. It wasn't a fluke, man. The Bengals came in and spanked the Niners.
They did, and it was a game it felt like the Niners really needed.
Yeah.
They were chasing the game a lot. I thought when they got the strip of Smith down near the goal line, I thought, oh, man, they just dodged one. I think they still can win this game. And every time they kept leaving you in going, man, I think they could still somehow do this. But seemingly when they would score, like when McCaffrey scored on the pass from Purdy, it's like, all right, 7-point game. And then boom, right down the field go the Bengals. And they just that's why we talk about like three phases of the game.
Yeah.
The offense wasn't quite clicking enough, but this defense can win them a game. And not that the defense let them down, the offense let them down. The Bengals outplayed them. The Niners deserved to lose.
Yes.
I mean, they got outplayed. I don't know that there's the big, reason or excuse, or not even excuse. They were completely outplayed.
This is head coach Zach Taylor on the game.
I know it's not even Halloween yet, but this is November football for us when we go on the road and play the 49ers, a team that's had a ton of success over the last couple of years in this league that we have a ton of respect for. I'm so proud of the way that our guys fought, proud of the way they controlled the game in the second half, and were able to get us this win.
Started out great. CMC scores a touchdown every game ever. I said every game ever.
We're going pony again. Purdy in the gun. Mitchell to his right. McCaffrey to his left. First and goal, 2-yard line. Kittle goes in motion right this time. Hand off to McCaffrey. Takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. Touchdown! CMC!
17 times in a row. That's going to tie the NFL record.
If there was a bright spot, I guess, Jake Moody hitting field goals.
From the left hash mark, where will he aim this ball? 36-yard line. Tabor Pepper will snap to Wisnowski. They got it down. Moody has it away, and he's going to split the uprights there beautifully. Able to hit that ball true and kick it right through the wind.
But it was the interceptions, Jason Ross.
Purdy out of the shotgun, coming in long motion. McCaffrey, they ride it. Purdy pulls it. Purdy going to scramble and throw. Ball got tipped, intercepted.
There's a penalty.
A flag is down, and coming back the other way is Jermaine Pratt. As Brock Purdy did not hand the ball to Elijah Mitchell, he pulled it out and threw it.
That was weird.
Yeah.
That was a weird pick.
Yeah.
But Purdy didn't see him or didn't care. Great reflexes. And then the very next throw Brock Purdy had.
Here's Purdy over the middle, intercepted by Logan Wilson. Just threw it right to him. It'll run it back inside the 20-yard line. His second INT on back-to-back throws.
And that was never open the whole way. And Kyle Shanahan is absolutely frustrated.
So unlike Brock, frankly, that was a Jimmy Garoppolo-type interception where he just would not see.
Woof.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's that was kind of a common theme. Brock didn't throw picks,
right?
And now he's got a nice handful in the last couple of games.
Yeah, what's interesting, so watching, it was interesting that it was Nance and Romo on the call.
Yeah.
And Romo, just listening to him, he had such high praise for Brock Purdy. And I'm going to trust an expert, right? A guy who played the position, who's a good analyst, and just some of the stuff he was saying about Brock Purdy throughout the game. So this is the same game that by the end, it felt like Brock underperformed, but he's like, look at that. Like, no one could do this. What he's doing. I mean, he's just gushing over him. And Brock, like, stats-wise, 300 and something yards.
Yeah.
But you watched the game and you went, what did you see there? What happened there? So in the same tone where he's doing some things that are really spectacular, I think even on one of the shows up there that we had, he's like, do the Niners have a quarterback problem? I don't think so. I don't think he played very well.
Right.
I mean, he's the quarterback. He's the guy. It's just there's bones of a really good team that right now is not playing well, and they got to figure it out.
Brock Purdy might be one of the most difficult players to analyze from 50,000 feet that we've had in a long, long time in the National Football League, because he's the victim of two different things, I think. On one hand, and we've seen plenty of this, it's, dude, he's the last pick in the draft for a reason. Like, this can't be your guy. Come on. Like, this is a fluke. This is the Shanahan system. This is Debo and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other hand, when you hear Romo talking, there was a part of me weirdly that was like, are you saying all this stuff though if he's not the last pick in the draft? Like, are you propping him up because it's so amazing? Is this the inverse of the other type of criticism where it's like the 5'10" kid that dunks and you're like, oh my God. But if there was a 6'5" guy doing that, you'd be like, that's a pretty normal dunk.
Yeah.
Is Brock Purdy a victim of that on both sides? Doesn't matter though.
Yeah.
Either way, you throw that many picks, you make those bad decisions, and he's got excuses. There's no Trent Williams. His left side is not protected. They can't run to the left. They can only use basically half of Christian McCaffrey, and with Debo Samuel, your Swiss Army knife out, those are your two Swiss Army knives.
Yeah.
McCaffrey and Debo, who can do it all, they're gone. That's a big deal with Trent Williams.
Right. And then at the beginning of the year, remember we were talking with Greg, it's like 30 for Purdy, you get 30 points, and they get 40 plus, and the Cowboys, like, this offense can't be stopped. Now they're struggling to score, and the defense isn't supporting him either. So it's a collective mess at the moment.
Yes.
Bye week will be the right time. Jacksonville's next, though. Yep. I mean, at one point we were talking about, could this team be undefeated going into the Philly game?
Yes.
Well, that's long gone. That doesn't matter anymore. Now it's getting as many wins as possible.
CMC got back in the end zone to cut it to a score, and then Joe Mixon just ended the ball game.
They're going to run this to Mixon here. Mixon to the left in the gun, going to take it, going to bop out wide, gets wide on both sides, going to walk in the end zone, strutting, touchdown Bengals.
You could tell in the voice.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot to talk about during the bye week. We'll have a lot more to talk about it during this week and also the rest of the show, but I'll just very briefly say this before the break. The Jaguars won again yesterday. They're 6-2, I think.
Yeah, they're really hot.
I think the Niners are going to beat them. I truly do think the Niners are going to. I don't want to overthink this. If they come back and they play Jacksonville at home, or on the road, excuse me, and they've got Trent and Debo, and everyone's healthy and back, and they lose to Jacksonville, being a good team, but if they lose to Jacksonville, I'll worry. I'm not saying that those guys being out is the sole problem, because that doesn't affect the defense, but I think they've got 2 weeks, that defense, to really look in the mirror, and I think they're going to come out pissed off, and the Niners are going to have their offensive rhythm back. I think they're going to beat Jacksonville. We're going to feel a lot better. I'm choosing not to panic until after the Jacksonville game, one way or the other, which is a long 2 weeks away. We'll take a break. When we come back, and don't forget, Matt Barrows will join us at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour to talk specifically, obviously, about this game. And I'm going to run that by him, too, if he's panicking. Let's go back. Kings, Lakers, and the first home beam lighting of the year. We got a ton of sound for you, including Mike Brown post-game. We'll get to that next.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
With over 100 years as a family-owned company, EB Stones learned a few things about making plants grow. Start a healthy family hobby with indoor planting with EB Stones' Edna's Best Indoor and Outdoor Potting Soil to help your little plants grow into the perfect indoor plant for the kids and family to enjoy. EB Stones' Indoor and Outdoor Potting Soil is perfectly blended with all the important ingredients you need to create that perfect indoor and outdoor plant or garden. EB Stone, for the life of your garden. Visit ebstone.org for more gardening tips, products, and locations near you.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants, to polos and khakis, to Oxfords or T-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
It's a Beat the Lakers Monday. And that just makes me so happy.
Yes.
Doesn't it? Food's going to taste better.
It does already.
I got leftover beef barley soup to go home to today. And it was probably the best beef barley soup I've ever made. That's
going to be better today.
It was. You know what would be even better than that is if I had a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube.
I think you do have one.
I'm not eligible, but I have one I can give away.
Yeah, you're kind.
You and I both. You're holding one end, I'm holding the other, and we will happily give it to the first person at 1-800-920-1140 that can tell us the Jiffy Lube drive of the game. Now, Jason,
this was from yesterday, not Friday's.
Not
game.
Friday.
Yeah.
This is against the Lakers.
Yeah.
This is our first test of the season because I'm going to help. Look, if you have it, you have it. I don't feel like I'm giving away any answers here. This happened relatively early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to help you guys out a little bit right there, maybe. And I'm just really curious who was paying attention to G-Man when he announced that it was the Jiffy Lube drive of the game.
Yeah, we had people that participated in the first one of the year, and I think everybody just got so excited about the Malik Monk dunk against Utah.
Yeah.
They just assumed.
They just thought it was.
Well, there was a pretty good play before that. That was the play. So you just can't guess. You have to listen.
And this is a new old segment. You know, this is a callback, like we said, to when the Rise guys were doing this back in the early 2000s. But as we retrain everyone, just remember, as weird things fire off the board, just remember, it's not always going to be the obvious one.
Right.
Sometimes G-Man's going to throw you a little bit of a curveball.
Yeah.
Which I think this qualifies as, I mean, Lug's great play.
Yeah.
But, You know what I'm saying? 1-800-920-1140 will go right in order. Caller, who's this?
My name's Jake.
Jake, where are you calling from, Jake?
Sacramento.
Jake, tell the world, we'll see if we can get it on the first try. What was the Jiffy Lube drive of the game?
Well, now I don't think I have it, but I thought it was when Sasha assisted Monk with the 26 three-pointer. But my second, I'm not sure.
Do you remember after Sasha made that three, do you remember Gary Gerald saying, and that's your Jiffy Lube drive of the game?
I do, and then Huerter got a personal foul.
I'm sorry. That's not the drive of the game. Yeah. But you remember it. Maybe he got mixed up.
Okay.
All right. Okay. 1-800-920-1140. Good morning. Who's this?
This is Kevin.
Kevin with the great radio voice.
Yes.
Where are you calling from, Kevin?
I'm calling from Sacramento.
And Kevin, do you think you've got the Jiffy Lube drive of the game for the $100 gift certificate?
I do.
Well, what is it?
I believe that it is Chris Duarte in the first quarter with a basket from Malik Monk.
You believe that? Yeah. That's your belief?
No, that is my correct fact. I was listening to the G-Man.
Well, you say it, but the only way we can find out if it's true is to listen back here.
Monk misses a straightaway three, gets the own rebound to Fox, out to Duarte. He drives, he spins right, he reaches, he scores! That's going to be your Jiffy Lube drive of the game. Be listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross tomorrow morning at 7:45. Your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area.
Hey, congratulations. Yeah. All right, so I think we had like the fourth try for the game for the first one. Yeah. Now we're up to the second try. I think we're going to get a first try at some point. Kevin, congratulations. You have won yourself a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube just by paying attention while you're listening to the G-Man. What could be easier? And now you can get your car all winterized and ready to go for the cold weather. And we appreciate you listening seriously. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, hold the line, and Kyle's going to take care of you. Hey, by the way, did you hear G-Man say her name?
He did. He did.
That's so cool. Yeah. That's just so cool. And thanks so much, as always, to Jiffy Lube for all their help and support. Let's hear from Mike Brown here post game, and we'll see. I've not heard the entire clip. We'll see if he acknowledges the moment of the year so far this year between him and Keegan Murray.
I thought the physicality was there most of the night. We still have to understand that, in certain instances, physicality doesn't mean reaching at the last second. Physicality doesn't mean having one hand up and one hand down. You got to lead with your chest at all times. You got to go vertical at all times. And if they make tough shots, then they make tough shots. So we're heading in that direction, but the 34 free throws were a lot, and that's what kept them in the game. I thought we were much better in the second half, and overtime combined, they had 11 free throw attempts, and that went way down from the 23 that they had in the first half. Our guys, we didn't get a lot of offensive rebounds, but every time we got one, it seemed like we made them pay. I don't know how. You have 6 offensive rebounds, 19 rebounds. Maybe those 3 were offensive rebounds. I don't know, but that 20-second chance points was big. And then this team dominates teams. The Lakers, they dominate teams in the paint, and for them to score 44 points in the paint for us, that was good. And so we're trying. We're making steps in the right direction. We're going to keep preaching it. And when I say preaching it, being physical, but trying to keep learning how to be physical the right way. And then, we had a lot of great performances from a lot of different people. I thought Malik was big for us in overtime, especially. Foxy, he's tough as nails, man. So to try to show the grit that he showed and get out there and help us win a ball game, that just speaks volumes of who he is and how much he wants to lay his body on the line for this.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Mike Brown talking about De'Aaron Fox, and obviously we will give you more on that as soon as we know it. I want to play you another clip before we can go from Mike Brown. There was a moment in the game where Keegan Murray had a wide open three, and he kind of stuttered a little bit. And in the manner of that stutteration, totally not a phrase I wanted to use there, he pitter-pattered his feet. He got called for a travel. Mike Brown explodes off the bench, yells. You could hear it the whole stinking stadium arena. Yells for Sasha Vezenkov to not only come off the bench and sub in, but then starts screaming, sub, and he wasn't able to get the sub in. Next time down the floor, Keegan Murray hits the three, and he asked Sasha to go back and sit down. Here's Coach Brown's take on that whole thing.
Hey, Coach, noticed 2 moments tonight where it looked like somebody was ready to check in, and then it seems like the guy they were about to check in for hit a three. You sent it back to the bench. What is sort of the thought process when it comes to that?
I mean, obviously, if a guy hits a three, you want him to keep rolling. I don't remember. I only remember one, and it was Keegan. He was wide open, and he had a smaller guy closing out on him, and he traveled. And he's got to shoot the ball. He's one of the best shooters I've been around, and he didn't shoot it. And I told him, the only reason he'll probably come out of games this year when he's not supposed to and to get some rest if he doesn't shoot the freaking ball. And it was great because the next opportunity he got, he shot it. And I think he turned to me and looked at me and said, F you, which I loved. It's great. So he could shoot. He better freaking shoot the ball or else he's coming out the game.
I love it.
Yeah.
And honestly, and this is exactly what happened too. And Sasha went back to the bench. It went right back to the bench. And I think we're 3 games into the season, and we already have the first Coach Brown, Malik Monk moment. Last year, you'll remember Malik Monk blew a defensive assignment. Coach Brown called a timeout and was showing Malik in front of the home crowd exactly what Malik didn't do and what he needed him to do. And moments later, Malik had a wonderful defensive play. Coach Brown slaps him on the tush on the way back up, was so proud and happy. And there was so much of that little moment taught us about Mike Brown. He's not afraid to call out his players. His players have the respect for him to be called out. These are big egotistical millionaires. And he's sitting there getting coached up like it was in a private practice in front of 18,000 strong at Golden One Center. And not only did he not roll his eyes, turn his back, do whatever, he got coached up and he responded a couple plays later. And that's just part of accountability and culture. And I think it's very similar here. Obviously, Mike Brown, he might be the best possible coach Keegan could have right now because he's going to hammer him and stay on him for all the right reasons to bring Keegan out of his shell, which is why I think he called that play at the end of the game last night. Why they're putting him in these spots, because they know that there's a ceiling on Keegan Murray that Keegan may be afraid to reach for at this point in his career.
Yeah, but coach is going to push him and test him and thinks he can get there, which is also encouraging for Keegan and for Kings fans.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Matt Barrows of The Athletic will join us. We will talk about yet another loss and what's going on going into the bye as well. A ton of stuff from Matt. We'll get there next.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
It's amazing how a short drive can make an incredible difference when you buy a Mercedes-Benz. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton invites you to take advantage of a special certified pre-owned Mercedes finance rate of 3.09% for up to 36 months. October is a great month to consider buying a pre-owned Mercedes. See why our customers come back year after year, generation after generation. Your best Mercedes-Benz car buying experience ever awaits you at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines. Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Malik Monk scored 24 points, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 overtime points in the win. De'Aaron Fox had 37 points, 13 in the fourth quarter. However, he rolled on his right ankle and needed 2 staffers to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to this show, the Stiles and Watkins Show, and Sactown Sports' Frankie Cardicelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. The San Francisco 49ers allowed 4 touchdowns for the first time this season in their 31-17 loss Sunday versus the Bengals. The 49ers are on bye this week. Next game is in Jacksonville on November 12th. It will be at least 35 days in between 49er victories. Those are your headlines. Joining us on the Folsom Lake Honda hotline, Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop, we have Matt Barrows of The Athletic.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Joe's playing. Okay, fine. That's a conversation for a different time, but soccer's past the NHL. If you look behind
you got another sport, though, in play.
That's right. 5, and it's MLS playoffs tonight. 5 sports all playing on the same day. Well, In retrospect, I wish the Niners bye week was, yesterday. And once again, this is becoming a habit I don't like. We're bringing in the Athletics' Matt Barrows. It's not his fault, but he's got to once again come in and break down yet another loss, the third in the row for the San Francisco 49ers. Matt, good morning. And I'm wondering, since we're all around the same age bracket, if, as I asked Jason earlier, are you old enough to remember when the Niners blew out the Cowboys and were undefeated?
I am old enough to remember that. I happen to be living on the East Coast, so I don't have quite the detailed memory that maybe the West Coast version of me would have had.
Yeah, it was a different time. It was a different world back then. And now 3 in a row. Hey, Matt, is it as simple as Debo and Trent Williams are out and the Niners are losing because of it?
No, it's not.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's a contributing factor, but neither of those guys plays defense, for example. And the defense for the past 3 games has been terrible to begin the game. And to their credit, they've tightened up at halftime and they played better in the second half. But this is something that they're aware of, something that they set out to fix each week, and something that keeps rearing its ugly head. And it's very uncharacteristic. I mean, this is a Fred Warner-led defense. He's on these guys all the time, and yet they're not tackling well. They're falling behind in the game. Falling behind in the game means that they can't run the ball, and their quarterback, who is marvelous at times, still, at this stage in his career, needs to lean on a running game. And when he doesn't have that, he tends to make mistakes, and that's exactly what we've seen. Really, the last 2 games have been carbon copies of one another. Very similar the way those games have gone. And the bottom line is 3 losses in a row.
As Matt Barrows joins us from The Athletic, and he's brought to you by Stockton Honda, Northern California's #1 Honda dealer. So we've talked a little bit about the defense. You were alluding to the offense there, Matt. But, yeah, if we're kind of looking at this losing streak, I mean, the Niners are scoring 30 a game relatively easy. And here's 3 straight games where 17 has been a chore. What do you think the biggest issue has been for the offense and their lack of points?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not being able to lean on that running game like they usually do, and that has all sorts of ancillary effects. And they've turned the ball over. It was Christian McCaffrey fumble on the opening drive last week in Minnesota. They were deep in the red zone when that happened. They were first and goal at the 8-yard line when Purdy threw that pick to the linebacker. And it was a nice play by the linebacker, but just a bad decision by Purdy. Even if that ball is completed, as he noted afterwards, it would have been a legal man downfield because it was a broken play at that point. So they're giving away points, basically. And that's why, despite offensive success, yesterday was Brock Purdy's most prolific game in terms of passing yards, and also in terms of rushing yards. He set career highs in both. Yet, despite all those points, they're still winding up. I mean, despite all those yards, they're still winding up with 17 points.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic joining us. We talked a little bit last week about, is it appropriate to raise an eyebrow to Steve Wilks, the defensive coordinator? You're 100% right, obviously, about the defense and the fact that something has happened or something has not happened, whatever it may be. This defense is not living up to its potential, certainly over the last 3 weeks. If it is still appropriate to you to raise an eyebrow, could you help us maybe connect? Because he's not out there sacking. He's not out there defending passes. But if we're going to raise an eyebrow, why? Why at Steve Wilks?
Well, I think it was definitely appropriate to raise an eyebrow after that Bengals game. I mean, I'm sorry, after the Vikings game, because the big issue there was that the pass rush and the coverage weren't tied together. Too many easy throws from Kirk Cousins. Whenever the pass rush looked like it was about to strike, Cousins had an easy outlet. I thought that they were better in that regard against Joe Burrow. I think if they're able to sack Joe Burrow on that opening drive, and I feel like that game has a different tenor, because that's what happens. A defense starts making plays early, it gets more and more confident, and then it can have a tendency to snowball on the offense. Instead, he pulls an Eli Manning and wriggles free, and they march all the way down the field and get a touchdown. I haven't been able to go over the game a second time to sort of really kind of scrutinize that, but my sense was that they made the adjustments, that they weren't a blitz-heavy team, that they were, especially early in the game, putting pressure on Burrow and, seemingly were in a position to get him to the ground, certainly more so than they were Kirk Cousins 6 days earlier. They just didn't always do that. And to me, that's the biggest issue to me. It's more of a personnel thing. You saw Cleveland Farrell really sort of become the second defensive end to Nick Bosa in this game, and he did a nice job. Well, they didn't go into the season thinking that he would be that. They thought he would be the sort of the base down guy, and I think he's emerging as their second best defensive end, which makes me think that they still really have room to add another player at that position. I mean, this is a team that really wants to have a terrific defensive line. It feels like everything else emanates from the defensive line, and I just don't think that defensive line has been as good as advertised, certainly during this 3-game skid.
Well, you just kind of alluded to it there, Matt. I was going to ask you about that. With these 3 losses in a row, you feel like there's an extra itch or a sense of urgency with the deadline tomorrow for John Lynch and that front office to say, look, we got a really good team, the core of a good team that's struggling. We need another piece or two at the deadline.
Yeah, I really do. And, people have been talking about defensive end or cornerback. I think either makes a lot of sense. And you look at it this way. If that defense is playing up to snuff, is more talented, is putting more pressure on quarterbacks, then, obviously you're not falling behind as quickly. Obviously you're able to lean on that running game a little bit more. And then by leaning on the running game, you're really helping Brock Purdy out. I mean, that's a very simplified way to look at it, but I think it's true. You're playing more like yourself. Christian McCaffrey is a factor in the backfield instead of having to use him as a slot receiver or out wide, those sorts of things. You're using everybody as they should be used. So I do think that another major piece would go a long way. I mean, we saw it last year. Yeah. I mean, look what happened after they added McCaffrey. I don't know if anybody out there is at his level, but it does show you. Maybe Emmanuel Sanders back in 2019 is the better comparison. You bring in somebody like that, and it really can have a tremendous effect over the last 8 games. And I do believe that they're looking. I don't know how close they are, but I think that, like I said, this team, especially that defensive end position, to me, that would be the one where I think you could get a talented player who would have a real impact on the second half of the season.
Well, let me ask you just psychologically, because I completely agree with you. Obviously, on McCaffrey, I think Emmanuel Sanders is a great pull, and you're 100% correct. You and I, we never talked. I'm never going to ask you to, do you think they'll trade for this guy? But one of the rumors you hear is that yesterday's Eagles-Commanders game was going to help determine whether or not the Commanders would be sellers. They lost, although it was a very good game. And if the Commanders are, in fact, sellers, both Chase Young and Montez Sweat have been mentioned amongst others. So you look at Chase Young, which is kind of funny because bringing a guy like Chase Young over to the Niners defense I wouldn't say would be a McCaffrey-esque move just on defense, but certainly would just pile up the riches. Do you think psychologically, because one was a wide receiver in Sanders, one was a running back, these are skill positions, a guy like Chase Young could still have that same effect psychologically on the team and on the fans if they brought him over?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, because it's like what I said about the way the 49ers see defense, and they see defense, the defensive line as sort of the very kind of the top of the pyramid, if you will. The linebackers play better if the defensive line is firing. The secondary certainly does. So you would have somebody who, not as good as Nick Bosa. And I know Nick Bosa has been getting a lot of, bad look, shall we say, recently. All this money, he had the holdout. He's only got a handful of sacks. He was really good at the beginning of the game. Pressure on just about every play. He wasn't hitting home. And that's a big issue, but he's doing his job. And if you could get somebody on the other side who's, even 3/4 as good as Nick Bosa, then you would have something. And then you saw Eric Armstead really starting to kind of throw his weight around yesterday as well and be disruptive. I just think everybody along that defensive line would be benefiting from that. Chase Young would be tremendous. The question would be, would it be like Emmanuel Sanders? Would it be just a 2-month rental, and then that guy hits free agency in March? And my thought is that it would be that. And the 49ers would benefit, A, by having that rental, and B, by getting a pretty high compensatory pick for 2025. But that's the price you pay for trying to win a Super Bowl. Is that it's very short term. Your trade partner is getting a couple of good draft picks. You might get something in the mid rounds later on, but you're doing this because you think it's going to help you win a Super Bowl.
Matt, how do you think the Niners spend, the bulk of the time here this bye week and going into Jacksonville a week after this?
Resting up for one. I was watching Trey Greenlaw throughout the game, and I was to a point where I thought this guy shouldn't even be out there because he's not performing at 100%, and he looks like an old man getting up after every hit. I think he's really beat up right now. And I think that's part of the defensive issue, a small part of it. But, he probably more so than anybody on defense really needs that rest. And obviously Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams needed on offense. I expect both of those guys to be back in Jacksonville when the season resumes. So that's first and foremost. I think that they're going to go back and look at the tape from the Bengals game and say, okay, this is how we want to call these games. Not a lot of blitzing. I thought that they were better when they played really close, tight coverage. The Bengals got bailed out early in the second half on a pass interference call when Charvarius Ward and Jamar Chase were locked one-on-one. But I sort of liked that battle. They were taking it to the Bengals, and I thought that Charvarius Ward was winning it at that point. Like I said, there was a pass interference call that gave the Bengals a first down and kind of sent them on their way. But I thought that approach was better than the kind of soft stuff that they were playing at times in the game. So I think it was all there on tape, a nice blueprint for this team for the second half. Adding a defensive end would help that blueprint along, but I think that they're going to kind of regroup and say, we can do this largely with the talent we have at hand. We've done it before, and all they need to do is look at 2021 and 2022 and see some really strong second half finishes, some momentum, and think, okay, that's the team that we need to be in mid-November and onward.
That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Hopefully the last loss he's going to have to break down all season for the 49ers. Matt, enjoy your bye week. We will leave you alone. We'll reserve the right to check in, of course, if the Niners make a breaking trade, something crazy or whatever, but rest the typing fingers, go to an island, maybe a beach, maybe ride a banana boat. I don't know what big time riders do in their bye week, but enjoy yourself.
You said ride, not write a banana boat.
No,
right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to write any banana boat novels, okay?
Look, all I got to say is this. If you do go somewhere, you are laying out in the sun, please always remember the sunscreen, Matt.
I will. It's very important.
It's very important. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Talk to you later, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Well, we'll take a break. When we come back, Kings beat the Lakers in overtime, and non-sports related, just found something out that has made my day, my week, maybe my month. I'm the happiest person right now. I'll tell you what it is, and we'll hear from Kevin Huerter as well next.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Lowe's knows pros want savings now. That's why, as an MVP's Pro Rewards member, you get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Pro Desk. And there's more. We've lowered our prices on select top products like electrical wire and drywall, so you can get the job necessities for less. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting,
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Well, let me just say this. Do not invite me to do anything social Sunday, September 1st.
September 1st?
Yeah, put it in your calendar. September 1st, do not invite Carmichael Dave to do anything.
Of 2024.
2024. I'll be in Wheatland, California. Sure, I'll be there with my wife, and we will be witnessing with our own eyes the Creed reunion tour. As they have announced this morning, Creed's back, baby. You knew it was happening. The Vikings are listening to him. The Rangers are listening to him. They've got the Creed, the two Creed cruises coming up. And then they just announced it just moments ago. They're back, baby. They are back. Jason, it's a long time coming. I know we've all been hoping and praying for this. They did a nice announcement video with Scott Stapp in there, looking a little older than I'd like him to look. And they're rocking, dude.
So your arms are wide open.
They will be touring with them various moments. 3 Doors Down, Daughtry, Switchfoot, Tonic. If you could only see the way she loves me. And then I don't know any of their other songs. And Finger 11. I don't know what that means. But either way, September 1st, Wheatland, California. I may have to take Monday off, stay at the Hard Rock, and eat some crab legs.
You know what? Monday's got to be Labor Day.
Oh, my God, you're right. Are you right? I think you're right. You got to be right, dude.
He is right.
Oh, hello, my friend. We meet again. Look at this.
Your day just keeps getting better.
It's a holiday, baby. Oh, my God.
Baby.
Is it sad? Well, I already know the answer. It is.
Yes.
I was already, because they start their tour in July. And they open in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I'm sitting here, I'm going, maybe we don't want to see the first one, although that'd be great in Green Bay. But they're going to be at the Great Jones County Fair Friday, July 9th in Monticello, Iowa. And that might be one you can
This is such a weird city lineup.
Just kind of sneak into. Yeah, they open in Green Bay, then they go to Iowa, then Walker, Minnesota, Texas Ranger, Simpsonville, South Carolina.
I think they did that on purpose.
But then they go to
these real places.
Yeah, but then they go to Toronto, Cincy, St. Louis twice, Indy,
big in St. Louis,
Boston at the Xfinity Center. What are they doing?
Having a time.
They're having a time.
Yeah.
I hope they don't.
And you're going to be a part of it.
I am. I'm going
to bring tickets now.
I'm going to bring my Jinko shorts and baggy things and Be a lot of
those
things are also sad too, because then you look around all the people that are your age and some of them just have not aged well, and you're like, oh, am I that person? I am. You. All right, we're all gonna be drinking Jolt Cola and ring popping it.
Sounds like a good time.
Here's Kevin Huerter after the game last night. Here's Kevin Huerter.
Face, it's really not a secret. You'll definitely just find my rhythm. Preseason. Still doing that first couple games. Obviously, just a little off offensively. But tonight, obviously, it was that last one. Small victory is what you look for in a long season. It was definitely a small victory.
To see what Malik did in that overtime period when De'Aaron got subbed out, just how impressive is that? Is that something that you guys expect out of him?
Malik was huge. Malik, we don't win this game for sure without.
I'm sorry. I just really wanted Kevin to say, like, I did. What did he do? Did he?
Yeah. Is he okay?
Did he score?
Yeah.
Who was that? Do you know? Was that one of our?
I don't.
Okay.
His play really all game, but especially in that overtime, he made every play. Getting to the rim, making big shots, making plays for everybody else. You guys have seen that. We know he's capable of that, but he was huge.
Kevin, while the 3-ball was huge in the overtime session, the bigger thing was probably the 3 rebounds you had. Just how much is that part of what you have to do when things aren't going, when the shot isn't falling?
Yeah, it's doing everything else. That's definitely been a big focus of mine, especially to start this year and being better defensively. Being better. Coach is challenging me every night to get more rebounds than I had last year. Just make an impact on the game in a lot of different ways. And so, just trying to be physical. End of the game, just trying to go get the ball. Obviously, those are big.
That's Kevin Huerter. We'll take a break. When we come back, 4 down territory, best and worsts, both team wise and individually. Do I see this right? Do we have a giveaway?
Yeah.
What? UC Davis football ticket giveaway coming up as well. Niners at 9. Who's hot? Who's not? The Kings weekend. So much more. There's a lot to get to in the last hour and a half of this show, I should say. We'll get to it on a Creed Monday next.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Monday. We're out to a cool start. Expect temperatures to dip down upper 30s this morning. For the afternoon, mostly sunny skies ahead, highs in the low 70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let us fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $97. Bonnie, plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Cooler temperatures mean it's time to reduce your outdoor water use. Water 1 day per week on Saturday or Sunday from November 1st through February 29th. Learn more about your home's watering schedule at sacwaterwise.com.
For a business to thrive, there needs to be a constant stream of new customers. This happens through strong lead generation. Did you know that lead generation is one of the most important tools of any marketing campaign? Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products and services to them. To get started today, contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results today.
Players know it's not just because you win more, it's because of everything else at Gold Country Casino Resort, where players roll in and winners are made. Winning isn't the only thing on the menu, and nightlife, it's more than entertaining. Drinks and dining options are abundant and guaranteed to satisfy your innermost desires. Come be our guests and see why Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville is where the players play.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and, and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam after breaking out of his shooting slump. He hit the game-sealing three-pointer with 32 seconds left to play. Malik Monk had 24 points, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 points in overtime. De'Aaron Fox finished with 37 points. He had 13 in the fourth quarter. However, he also left with an ankle injury. He rolled over on it in the fourth quarter. Two staffers had to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to the show and SactownSports.com's Frankie Cardicelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. Those are your headlines. Let's return to more of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
It's a Creed Monday. Better be giving away tickets. I'm going right down to promotions. We should own this event. Day before Labor Day, September 1st. Just announced Creed North American Tour. And yes, I was just on the phone with my wife telling her.
She excited?
She
Development.
is. There is a development. Well, there is a development. My wife was struck down yesterday by some bug. Tested negative. I know the world we live in now, but still we're being careful and we're isolating. She is not feeling good at all. So it was but here's the thing. Today is also, this is my wife's continual effort to step out of her little shell, which I love so much about her. This is her first day as the assistant coach at my son's school for their girls basketball team.
Oh, wow.
She's getting into coaching. She played in school and she wanted to get into coaching. That's a big thing for her. And she's sick. And so she is convinced that the coach and everyone's going to think she's a flake. And it's like, dude, you're like deathly ill. She is.
That'll be forgotten.
Exactly. But she looks at it as a weakness and blah, blah, blah. So I told her, and she was like, well, that's great. I was like, okay. So, and yeah, did we have a conversation about maybe going out to the Iowa State Fair and watching them there early? Maybe. Yeah. Would that be really weird and pathetic and kind of old to do? Yeah. But also, Iowa, it's a fine place this
Memories.
time of year. Yeah. People say Iowa stands for idiots out wandering about. I disagree. Big rivalry between Nebraska and Iowa. I learned that when I was out there. It's 4-down territory time. Kyle, get us a bed. We'll also take the third call at 1-800-920-1140 because we've got, thank you, Kyle, tickets to give you to UC Davis football. It's back in action this Saturday. The Aggies need you there to cheer them on, help them recover from that tough loss last weekend. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now at 1-800-920-1140. Looking for caller number 3 to win the family 4-pack. For more info, visit SactownSports.com. All right, 4-down territory. Kyle Ledbetter.
All right, this is going to be fun. I have to do 4-down territory and grab the caller.
Okay,
so let's go.
Everybody, all the board reps do the same thing. I'm going to remind you because you're still young. Kyle, they'll wait.
Yeah, they want the prize.
They want the prize. This is them earning it. They'll wait till the end of the segment. They'll be fine. Trust me. Do not feel guilty whatsoever. We are here to serve the customer, but they'll wait a little bit. Just put them on hold. That's all. Look, I'm going to answer line 2. Hey, who's this?
Line 2 hung up.
Now, see, it's that easy. First down. First down.
Which team had the best week in the NFL?
A lot of nominees. I have 3 written down, but I won't say them all.
Okay.
But
I have 2 written down.
I do that just to see if we pick a similar one. You know, there are a lot of nominees, and in the big scheme, probably doesn't matter. But in the small scheme, how about the Denver Broncos getting a nice home win over the Chiefs? Look, it's a crappy year for their fans watching crappy football. They're going to be one of the worst teams almost certainly in the NFL. But for just one cold, snowy morning to Sunday, they were able to beat arguably the best team in football, the Kansas City Chiefs, and beat them pretty soundly.
Yeah, they did.
This wasn't a Hail Mary situation. I mean, they won this game, I think, wire to wire, if not pretty close.
0 touchdowns for Mahomes?
It's his first time, I believe, losing to the Broncos. First time the Chiefs have lost to the Broncos since Peyton Manning.
Wow.
How about that? Yeah, 0 touchdowns at all. 24-9.
Flu game.
What game?
He did have
flu
the flu
game.
Oh,
yeah, but he did not perform like Michael Jordan.
There we go.
Yeah.
Already making, whatevers. It was wire to wire. Yeah. 7-0 early on. They never give up the lead.
Well, I had written that one down too, so I'll take my other one. I'm going to take the Seahawks. The Seahawks not only won at home, cool uniforms, wore the old retros. Watch the Niners lose for a 3rd straight week. They are on top of the NFC West. I did not think that would happen, but Seattle, I mean, good weekend for them.
Shout out Jake Bobo.
Jake Bobo, former Bruin.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Bobo. Yeah, the first place Seattle Seahawks.
You love that one. Hey, I had the Broncos written down.
Well, my other nominees, I did not have Seattle.
Okay.
Although that's a very good one. I had, you make a great argument, Cincinnati going into San Francisco and winning that ball game, and Joe Burrow looking the way he looked.
Yeah.
But that was my 3rd place. My 2nd place would have been the Tennessee Titans. And we'll get to that a little bit later as to why. Yeah. Number 2, please, 2nd down.
Which team had the worst week in the NFL?
Well, I have 2 written down. I'm gonna get rid of one of them because they're gonna appear later on in this part of the show. So I will say the San Francisco 49ers. Now, again, in the big scheme of things, they're still 5-3. They got the bye week coming up. There's plenty of time. I'm sure they're gonna be just fine. But they've lost 3 in a row after winning 5 in a row to start the year, and there are questions abound. And they lost this game at home. At least the other two, you can say, oh, those were on the road. Okay, it's funky, it's weird. They lost at home to a team they were geared up to play. I'll say the Niners had the worst week.
All right, I'm going with the New York Football Giants. They lost. They didn't have Daniel Jones. Tyrod Taylor got hurt, got taken to the hospital. some guy with a classic New York name came in there. I think it was like Vinny DeVito. I'm like,
it's Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito still felt total New Yorker. They had a lead, every chance to win. The Jets drove the length of the field, got a field goal basically with no time left to force overtime. The game goes overtime. They lose. They punted, Dave, 13 times. The Niners, for the season, have punted 8. 13 times in 1 year. It was awful football.
Wasn't there like the most punts in the first half ever or something like that?
It was like 21.
Well, because who was their guy?
Game.
What was their quarterback's name? It was like Don Vito. So
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito. Thank you. They would let him I'm watching part of this game because it was on Red Zone. And like the only thing they were letting him do was like screen passes.
Yeah, they set football back. It was awful.
They handed off to Saquon Barkley like 97 consecutive times. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I get it. But how are you even an NFL quarterback? How did you make the team?
I was going to use this for hot or not. Tommy DeVito, when he took over as quarterback, and I think it was the second quarter, he outscored the Jets 7-6 in that game, despite the fact he had -1 passing yards.
I don't understand. I truly don't. And that goes, I'd ask Brian Dable, how is he on your roster? There's other quarterbacks out there that, can throw the ball. I can understand if he was a backup punter or if he was a linebacker that played some quarterback in college. How are you an NFL quarterback that made the team and is taking up a roster spot and you're in the quarterback room and you get in the game and you can't throw the ball
the right way?
The right way? Or hell, throw the ball the wrong way. They're not letting him do any of that crap.
Apparently he's from New Jersey, so I think he was just available for the day.
Was he hanging out at the donut shop and they just grabbed him?
Yes.
I don't get it at all. He went to Illinois, 25 years old. And I just have a feeling he passed the ball in Illinois. Just have a feeling.
Once or twice.
Rookie out of Illinois. I really think at this level, at the NFL level, my rule is this. If you're going to make the roster as a quarterback, you should be able to pass the ball down the field. Just a thought.
It's a good rule.
Career record of 15-16 in college.
Hey, did it say how many passing yards he had?
11.
Let's see. Touchdowns 43, interceptions 16, about 6,000 something passing yards in 4 years.
Interesting. If you can't pass the ball down the field, you shouldn't have him on your team, stupid. That's all I would say. There's like 9 NFL free agents I can think of right now that you can put on your roster that have a history of, passing the ball. Anyways, third down, please.
Which individual had the best week in the NFL?
This one was rather easy for me, though I'm sure there are other options. But I'm going to give you a stat line here, Jason Ross. How about 19-29 for 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions?
I know who that is.
Yeah, that's a guy playing in his NFL debut, Will Levis, who joins Fran Tarkenton, and I forget the other guy, is the only 3 players now to have 4 touchdowns in their debut. That's about as good a debut as you can have. And oh, by the way, the Titans won the game 28-23. Maybe the happiest guy on the roster was DeAndre Hopkins. 4 catches for $128. 3 of those 4 catches were touchdowns, and Derrick Henry got the area opened up for him because of that. 22 carries, 101 yards. That's very Derrick Henry-esque. Maybe it's a fluke. Maybe it's his rookie. We've seen this before. But if they've got a guy behind center that or under center that is capable of doing that, that's going to change a lot of things around for guys like Derrick Henry on that team. I might want to slow down on the fact that he's washed. He may eat mayonnaise in his coffee, but that's a hell of a debut.
Yeah, my guy with the best week, I'm going to go to Joe Burrow. I think if I was a Bengals fan, I would feel so much better about the team knowing what they look like. Again, as a reminder, when Joe Burrow is healthier, he carved up the Niners with his legs, let's say, 6 for 43, but also his passing. Only had 4 incompletions, 3 touchdowns, nearly 300 yards in what is supposed to be a very good defense. He carved them up. I think Joe Burrow had a great day.
He had a wonderful day, unfortunately. 4th down, please.
Other than people who had to watch Jets and Giants, who had the worst Sunday, or which individual had the worst week?
LeBron James.
Yeah,
sorry. This was going to be my team that had the worst week, but I wanted to not double up because this is kind of an easy answer anyways. Kirk Cousins. That's just That's just who it was.
That's the one I wrote down too.
And the Vikings truly probably did. Look, they did have the worst week. You win 3 in a row. You're 1 game out of first place. You've already lost your all-world, arguably best receiver in the NFL. Now you just lost your quarterback. Your season is over by all accounts. That was the worst week for a team, and that's certainly the worst week for a player.
Yeah, I can't expand anymore. That's the exact one I have too. That's too bad. By the way, back to Will Levis.
Yeah.
Awesome throwback Oilers uniforms.
Oh my God, weren't they?
Those. Yeah,
and I'm not a baby blue guy. I think that might be the one place it works. Literally the only place, and on any team ever.
Need to reevaluate that.
Felt weird that the Titans were allowed to use those.
Yeah,
but they look good.
They do look good. They are. They're good unis. Yeah. Just be the Tennessee Oilers. Screw it.
Yeah.
They were for 2 years, apparently. That's
right. Why not go back to that? Oh, because there's no oil in Tennessee. There's no Titans in Tennessee.
We don't know that.
We don't know that.
Derrick Henry's a Titan.
I promise you, I will go out to Tennessee and I will have better luck finding oil than I will a Titan. I mean, Thanos isn't just chilling in Memphis on Beale Street. Thanosing just he's at the jazz club and everyone's like, "Don't snap!"
Oh no! Down go the walls.
He gets done. There's like 3 people there. There's the one guy playing the bass. Where'd everybody go? That's a Marvel comic joke for you if you have seen the movies. Screw it. I ain't transitioning. I don't need to transition to Fire Wings on a Monday because it's a easy thing to tell you about. Fire Wings has 21 different flavors. You know this, but did you know they also serve wings on Monday? Okay, you probably knew that too. I'm just informing you. It's my thing. Monday is coming. It's here. Guess what? It's a sports equinox. You have an NBA game tonight. You have NFL. You have baseball World Series. You have hockey. You have MLS playoffs, whatever. And I'm sure there's like a tennis match somewhere in some place. You got a lot of stuff to watch tonight. Don't be cooking. Go to Fire Wings. Go to firewings.com right now. Order some of those 21 flavors. Throw in some of their ramen. Award-winning, I say. Seasoned fries. Maybe a Nashville hot fire chicken sandwich. You could dial all the way up to 5. By the way, thanks to Katie Christensen for putting blisters on both mine and my daughter's tongue. As we tried, she gave me a bunch of jalapenos last week from her garden. We tried the little tip of the jalapeno, and it tastes like a bell pepper. So like a moron, I cut us off a slice with a couple of seeds and whatever in there, and both my daughter and I ate it at the same time and promptly spit it out and guzzled milk. Now, don't be an idiot like us. Go to Fire Wings. Find the location nearest you. You tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Fire Wings! Just wing it. We'll take a break. When we come back, who's high? Who's not? I don't know. That's what Kyle's here for, and he'll tell us next.
Ready for a sizzling football season? Take your game day parties to the next level with Napoleon Prestige Grills from Green Acres Nursery and Supply. Fire up the grill and score big with mouth-watering burgers, juicy steaks, and finger-licking wings. Napoleon Prestige Grills bring the heat and come complete with a lifetime warranty. Get your ultimate game day companion today. Visit your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply and elevate your tailgate experience with Napoleon Prestige Grills. Green Acres Nursery and Supply, your one-stop shop for grilling greatness this football season. Visit iDateGreenAcres.com for the store near you. Game on.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
It's time now for the Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Home Services. For all your roofing and solar needs, visit acrhomeservices.com. Well, Monday Night Football gets two teams who need the extra day to prepare. Rough losses for Las Vegas and Chicago last week, and Detroit got worked by Baltimore. As for the Silver and Black, time to find something in the run game. Josh Jacobs now 7 straight games under 4 yards per carry, and it won't be easier this week as Detroit is number 6 against the run. That is your Silver and Black Report. Let ACR Home Services be your one-stop shop for all your home needs, starting with unbeatable roofing services. Right now, get a new roof and receive $1,000 off that roof. So sign up today and save with no payment for up to 12 months. And ACR is more than just a roofing company. Whether it's roofing, solar, electrical work, you name it, when you choose ACR Home Services, you're not just getting a contractor, you're partnering with a team that's invested in your satisfaction. That's ACR Home Services.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
I guess Kyle brought a football in, and Simone's in here to, I guess, I don't know, do whatever Simone does. And I'm just holding the football, and while Kyle's on the phone working, she goes, "Hey, throw me the football." And so I just kind of, like give her the little toss like that, right? This fool winds up like Will Levis and fires it right at my midsection. And I don't know how, but basically my reflexes kicked in.
Yeah.
To deflect it last minute.
Oh, you deflected it? You didn't catch it?
Deflected it into poor Kyle's back while he's trying to work.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is, what was going on in Simone's mind when she just, from like 2 feet away, fully fired it at
the fastball?
What's hot? Simone's hands.
What's not Dave's health insurance plan? Because if I let that thing go, see you later, future babies.
Yeah.
That ain't happening. It's probably not happening anyways, let's be honest. But
there's still time.
And I find myself asking, in this world of, we all work together, guys and girls, everything's so much better now. Well, I'm going to point out a little bit of inequality, because I can tell you right now, if we reverse
inequality
that, let me tell you,
word choice.
Hey, if we reverse that and Simone just kind of lightly tosses the ball at me and then I fire it back at her, well, that's not cool, man. I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble. And I'm going to have some uncomfortable conversations with people downstairs.
No, that's feminism. We want balance for all genders.
It's not balance. You're winning that one.
You can throw it back at me.
No way.
That would be feminism.
No, ma'am. Not throwing that. I wouldn't do that just as.
Why were you throwing it in the first place? I'm still so confused.
Kyle, all I did, I'm going to give you a replay. Here's what I did. Simone said, "Hey," the exact quote was, "Hey, throw me the ball, but don't break my nail." Is literally what she said. Honest to God. And so I do this. Now let's not replay what Simone did, but it was like, "Oh, I'm dropping back, and here's a spiral to your ding ding." Yeah, exactly.
She was reading her progressions.
Oh, here you go. Don't do it.
No, Simone's gonna throw it at Dave. Okay, there you go.
All right.
There's a lot happening right now.
I'm not gonna lie, a little afraid of Simone, and I know her a little bit, and I never know what's coming next. Back to you. Who's hot? Apparently not my HR record. Who's hot?
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Jason mentioned this. I don't know if it was on the broadcast or while we were chatting, but in 3 quarters, the fourth quarter on Friday and the first half on Sunday, De'Aaron Fox had 43 points in 3 quarters.
What?
Yeah.
And if the last 5 quarters, he's had 59 total points.
There we go, De'Aaron.
Hey.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and we'll let you know if there's any issues, we're all waiting on the MRIs and the x-rays and the whatevers, hopefully he's fine. But can I just say this? I hope they don't do the same thing with the clutch award that they do with the MVP, where it's like, well, he already won it.
No, that was like a metric, so I think he'll win it again.
Like if he wins it 10 times in a row, so okay,
yeah,
cool.
He's clutch. He's really clutch.
Remember when Kyle wanted to trade him? Who's not?
Which Kyle?
You.
Me?
I was a bit because I said to trade him once.
Who's not?
Who's not?
Other than everyone who had to watch Jets and Giants, which is originally what I was going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with my sweet baby boy Patrick Mahomes. He was not hot on Sunday.
But he had the flu.
He had the flu, and I am happy to make any and all excuses for him, but it was his worst performance of his career, lowest passer rating, first time he had 0 touchdowns in a game. I think it was fewest passing yards in an NFL game.
Yeah.
Is he washed?
I mean, the stats for 1 week don't lie. I mean, anytime you lose to Denver, I mean, it's...
Should the Vikings make a phone call?
Yes.
Why are we missing the biggest story of the weekend, by the way? Oh, Patrick Mahomes had the flu. Oh, Denver was... Why are we not talking about the fact that it's like the first game Taylor Swift's missed? Why are we not...
You know what's funny? She's missed 2 games.
Hey, you're ruining my bit. Shut up.
But both
what?
Both were Denver. She's
Yeah.
just really avoiding Denver.
Oh,
Just saying.
It's a Russell Wilson thing.
Maybe, who's his wife? Ciara? I never know if it's Ciara. It's Ciara? Ciara. Okay. Maybe there's a rivalry there. Just saying. She shows up and Travis Kelce's going, 90 catches for 900 yards. And then she doesn't show up and Patrick Mahomes is playing like Patrick Lames. Got him.
Good one.
Thank
Patrick
you.
Maato, am I right?
We have to. We have a 3 in the key to recap.
Yes.
All right, let's get a bed. Let's go. I don't mean that kind of bed. I mean that kind of bed. John Tesh and Jason Ross, take it away, please.
All right. So this is from. Remember, you asked for not 1, but 2. 3 in the keys over the weekend.
Yes.
Recapping the Lakers and the Warriors. We start with the Warriors.
Wow.
It was me, you, and it was Nate.
Nate
the animal.
Nate the
Listen up,
animal.
Friday. We asked for Fox points and Curry points. The correct answer would be 39 for De'Aaron Fox. All those in the fourth quarter. And yes, Steph scored 41 again. Dave, you said 27-33. I said 26-31. And Nate was 24-29. So, Dave, you get the win.
I do.
You're the closest. We asked for Sabonis' stat line. This first game against the Warriors that schemed everything against him.
Yeah.
Points, rebounds, assists. Dave, you were 22-13-7. I was 22-13-8, just one different. And Nate was 18-15-12. Well, he was 19-18-7. So, Dave, you win another one.
I mean, at this point,
unstoppable.
All-star game.
So then we said random stat. You said Draymond, though he wasn't playing, would get a technical.
I did.
That did not happen.
He didn't.
I said there'd be a shot made beyond half court. That did not happen. And Nate said one head coach would be tossed. That was close to happening. Steve Kerr didn't get a technical, but he was pretty heated at one point. So nobody got their random stat.
No, that's
Let's go to last night. We asked for LeBron minutes. For LeBron.
Oh, and there were some crumble LeBron cookies last night.
LeBron had a couple travels. Gave the fans some cookies.
Washed.
Davey said 28 minutes. I said 30. Nate said 38, which seemed like a lot, but the correct answer was 39. So Nate with the win.
He should start sponsoring Tide Pods because he's washed Los Angeles Lakers because that's where he washes his washiness.
We asked for the Kings' leading bench score and how many points it would be. Davey said Malik Monk with 18. I said Duarte with 13. Nate said Trey Lyles, who's yet to play, with 18. You get that one. Monk had 22. Needed overtime to do that.
Old strategy, Nate.
And then random stat. Dave, you said LeBron would fall after a dunk so hard that his beard would fall off.
Okay, so that didn't happen.
The fake beard.
But
that you claimed.
I also heard because it was the 20-year anniversary of his debut and he was in the exact right spot, he used extra glue.
Oh, extra glue. He didn't want it to happen.
Yeah.
I said there would also be another shot made beyond half court. That did not happen. And then Nate said AD would not finish the game. He did.
Yeah, and you know what? AD took a couple of tumbles.
He did. He fell in the refs. Or ref.
How many games is AD out? Over under 17 and a half if he does what Fox does. Yeah. He's out for like 2 years. We'll take a break. When we come back, Niners at 9. I hate to do it. You hate to do it, but always drink your Ovaltine. We've got to do it. We've got to recap the third loss in a row. Then we'll get back to not just the Kings weekend, but how about the week ahead as well, and we'll keep you updated on all things De'Aaron Fox. The moment we hear, you'll know right here in your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Do you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals that help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Smart & Final, or a local grocery store near you.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got the Defensive Player of the Game chain and got to light the beam after breaking out of his shooting slump. He hit the dagger three-pointer with 32 seconds left to play. De'Aaron Fox finished with 37 points, 13 coming in the fourth quarter. However, he rolled over on his right ankle in the fourth quarter and needed 2 staffers to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to this show, Stiles and Watkins, and SactownSports.com's Frankie Cardicelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. The San Francisco 49ers allowed 4 touchdowns for the first time this season in their 31-17 loss Sunday versus the Bengals. After scoring 30 points in each of their 5 wins, 49ers have scored 17 in each of their 3 losses. For more on that Niners game, let's throw it back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown.
It is a Beat the Lakers Monday. It is a Beat the Lakers Monday. It is a it's a Creed is back on tour as we predicted on this very show Monday. That was announced this morning. It's my son's birthday. By the way, not in that order. Sorry. Obviously, son's birthday.
It's 4th.
I was going to say, okay, beat the Lakers.
Yeah.
Son's birthday, because it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
It's already happened 15 times. Creed back.
See?
I think you had the order right the first time. It's Lakers, it's Creed.
Lakers,
and then
Creed,
birthday.
then son's birthday.
Yeah.
My dad just asked me, can I send Mason a Venmo?
Well, Mason's going to have like a lifetime supply of things in his Venmo, right? He's not going to cash that out.
Right. He would never check it, and then he'd just look up someday. I wonder if they gain interest or something.
Yeah,
He'd have
$40,000.
Yeah, just chilling in his Venmo. Yeah. Dad, we're going to have a birthday dinner, and you're coming over, and the whole, come on now.
Come on.
I think that was a passive-aggressive way of saying I don't get to see my grandkids enough. I feel like that's what it was. Niners at 9.
Yes.
And the Bengals went surprise yesterday as they came in and look, this was it. The thing I hated most about this loss, other than, the loss, was that this wasn't like, 14 people got hurt, or, this crazy play happened, or a crazy play, and I mean, there was the crazy interception, but if you didn't know any better, it looked like a better team came in and did their job and beat the worst team.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like generally when we're making picks, you're trying to figure out, you can never predict, if a team has 5 turnovers. So you go, all right, if both teams play their best. So I would say I have had this feeling all year long, and I think it's a pretty safe one to have. If the Niners play their best, they're going to win. They're going to win every game. Well, watching yesterday, they certainly didn't play their best, and that's never going to always happen. But watching Cincinnati, you just kind of went, ooh, are they? They might be better than the Niners. And they certainly were yesterday. That's not the point. But like if they both played, I don't know, if they played 10 times and Burrow's healthy, I don't know, is that 5-5? I mean, it's not like the Niners appear to be dramatically better than them, especially the way they're playing right now. And I know they've lost some confidence and they've made some mistakes, but I was really impressed with the Bengals yesterday.
Well, and this is one of those unanswerable questions, but I find myself wondering, because we don't have the answers. They don't have the answers. They think they might, but there's no guaranteed answers here. Here's what I wondered. Obviously, Joe Burrow is dealing with an injury early on. Looks like he's back. But yesterday's Bengals team versus, let's just say, the Niners team that beat Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Who wins that game?
Right.
I'd like to think the Niners do, but I'm a biased Niner fan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like to watch that game.
I would like to watch that game and see what kind of a difference there is, because I do believe the Niners would have beaten them.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't. There's a lot of different roads we could go down. We've talked a lot about Trent Williams being out, Deebo Samuel being out. Brock Purdy said, by the way, he felt 100% that there wasn't an issue with his head or, the concussion protocol or anything like that. But Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey and his oblique, Trent Williams, none of them play defense.
That's it. I mean, and Purdy statistically ends up with one of his highest passing days ever. McCaffrey scored twice. I mean, you would hope if the offense isn't having its typical day, that the defense can keep them in it. And the problem was they couldn't. And they even dodged some points. Like I said, that turnover deep in the territory of the 49ers before the half, I thought was going to be a critical mistake by the Bengals. It wasn't. And, they still got 31 on them. And it just, right now it feels like the next 2 weeks are important for the Niners to get right. And they did this last year where they got right and then got crazy hot, which is more important. But they started the year so well, and it just looked like, man, who's going to be able to beat this team? And we were really talking about, could they go undefeated? Now it's so funny when you lose 3. I mean, coming up, you've got Jacksonville. Not far after that, it's a Seattle-Philly-Seattle sandwich where you just go, can this team now lose like 5, 6, 7 games?
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't seem like that was even remotely possible before.
Well, they're not losing again the rest of the year. I already said it.
Okay, so why?
Because they do something dumb every year and they suck for like 4 games and then they turn it on and their season seems to not really start for them till after the bye week. I think this is tied, weirdly enough. Is this tied or second? It's like one of Kyle Shanahan's best. It's second because they were undefeated going into the bye week with Garoppolo 1 year. I think this is the second best start in Kyle Shanahan's tenure for the 49ers, weirdly enough, at 5-3. Look, obviously I'm just being optimistic and whatever, but look, say what you want about Philly and they keep winning and good for them and that's all that matters, but God, do they look gettable sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my upset of the week prediction was, you'll remember the Commanders over Philly, and it looked good.
Yeah, they've played them well both times. They really could have won.
And they just is it Jacksonville Commanders Philly, I think, coming up? I know the Commanders are in there.
Yeah, somewhere. I think there's Tampa's in there.
Tampa,
after Jacksonville.
I will say this, in all respect to the 6-2 Jacksonville Jaguars, but the Niners team from the Dallas game, I think beats Jacksonville pretty handily.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is everybody gets healthy after the bye. They're going to have 2 weeks. Like, honestly, I'm not glad they lost to the Bengals, but if you want to find a silver lining, they're going to have 2 weeks to sit around and look in the mirror and ask questions and go to the film and have sort of this mini break pretty close to the middle of the season. Yeah, here we go on.
Well,
ESPN.
the other part, it said Brock Bottom.
I saw that too. Here's what the pundits are saying about Brock Purdy
as
right
well.
now.
A couple balls defensively that got batted down last week and then 3 weeks ago. So, again, I think the concern has to be too many passes the defense is getting their hands on over the course of the last 3 weeks. And Kyle Shanahan has to figure out, can Brock Purdy be that same, oh my gosh, he threw it before the guys are ready, anticipation thrower, and get back to not giving the ball away?
You know, and part of the problem with, you know, and that's Dan Orlovsky, who I have a lot of respect for as an analyst, but you can't watch as much Niners football as, say, folks like us and the people we're talking to on the radio right now who watch every minute of every game. I honestly think, and this isn't a defensive Brock Purdy, I think through the first 5 games, I think Brock Purdy got a little bit lucky on a few passes that should have been picked off. I think in the last 3 games, too, specifically, he's gotten a little bit unlucky on some passes that were picked off that were incredible interceptions. I think both are a little bit outliers, and the truth is somewhere in the middle, that the guy's going to throw a pick every couple of games or so. He's definitely making mistakes. But again, his left side is now open with Trent Williams out. They're not running the ball over there. They're trying to, and they're not running it effectively. He's got his Swiss Army knife in Deebo Samuel, who's out. How many times can Deebo come across, run the ball? How many times can you throw that little screen to Deebo and let him do his work? I think we're underestimating just how crazy important Deebo Samuel is, much like McCaffrey, to Brock Purdy and this passing game. Now, as I said, if they go into Jacksonville after the bye week and they lose that game with everybody healthy, I will pay that. Then I will 100% worry. And by the way, we're discounting the fact too, as Matt Barrows told us earlier in that interview available at YouTube on Sactown Sports' channel. Would not be shocking at all if John Lynch made a move here.
Yeah, they got a day to think about it, and obviously they've already been thinking about it. And I don't know if just because they lost 4 pressures them to do it, or lost 3, excuse me, but it does feel like something needs to be tweaked a little bit.
I think so too, and I think their idea of, you know, just rolling with the team they have and just saving all that cap space for next year. You're trying to win a Super Bowl this year.
Exactly.
And John Lynch is a guy that will, and by the way, the rest of the NFL knows it too. Now, you've lost 3 in a row. There's a little pressure on you. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be heavily surprised if we don't see a move from the 49ers. It's perfect the way it led in, okay, you got the bye week coming up to adjust this guy to the new scheme that he's going to be playing. You've lost 3 in a row, and the GM has an opportunity to invigorate the team a little bit. Bring it on, Chase Young. Let's go. We'll take a break. When we come back, the weekend that was for the Sacramento Kings and what's ahead of us. At least we're not playing the Warriors again anytime soon. We'll talk about that next on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville is thrilled to present American Idol winner Chase Beckham, Saturday, November 18th.
Now I'm 23.
Don't miss out on your chance to see this talented country artist live.
If you don't take in the back porch fireflies.
Get your tickets now to see Chase Beckham at goldcountrycasino.com, November 18th at 8 p.m.
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Good thing about having Simone here is her infectious enthusiasm and just immensely talented dance moves. Yeah, look what you're missing.
But she doesn't want to do it on camera, so now she's ducking down.
Right. Is she dancing or is she being electrocuted? I don't know, but either way, I love it. Let's go to the phones at 1-800-920-1140. AC, you're on with Jason and Dave. Good morning.
Hey, I took a hiatus, but welcome to the fall, gentlemen. This is an awesome time.
Yeah, welcome to you. A sports equinox today. All major sports playing games, only time this year.
We're going to give you credit with that term, Dave. I was trying to think of the perfect time of year, but yesterday my Dolphins won and the Kings won. It was a beautiful time in history.
Well, you know what? It's a good time to be a Dolphins fan, not so much a Niner fan. But your boy Tua Tagovailoa, I'll tell you this much. I think that connection with Tyreek Hill is going to be something.
Yeah, I forgot how good an arm Tua has. If you saw that one touchdown, he chucked it. And Tyreek Hill was able to run underneath it for the touchdown. But I'm going to go see them in person for the first time in my long longevity here and see a game in person in Miami in November, this coming up month. So it's going to be awesome.
Who are they playing?
They're playing the Traders.
Oh, well, that'll be an easy win for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to comment about Huerter.
Yeah.
Sorry for the early morning pun, but he was hurting the team pretty bad. Because you could argue that, hey, maybe Sasha should get those minutes. But he definitely had a little one-game redemption there. It was really nice to see.
It was really nice to see. And welcome back, AC. Yes. We did miss you. It was nice to see. I'm going to be very clear here. I think it's important in this business to not only be transparent, but also to recognize your own weaknesses and be transparent with the audience. I'm not a good guy to talk to about Kevin Huerter because I love him to death. And one of the reasons I love him is because of the year we spent with him on the show last year. I think he's an amazing person. I think he loves this team and city. And by the way, not taking that away from anybody else on the roster, just I love Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
I love everything about him.
We built a relationship.
We built a relationship with him, and I am biased. Yeah. And I know, I mean, we're not out there taking showers together or anything, but I think I know him well enough to know that, and he's been transparent about it, but I think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think these last couple weeks have been killing him. And if I'm being honest, I think he had a long summer after the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think his confidence, whether it's his confidence or whatever it is shaking a little bit. He's busting his ass. and he wants to do everything that's asked for him. And when you look at, like yesterday, we talked about this, Jason, how many shots have been just in and out, in and out, in and out. It's right there. And then when he hit that shot in overtime, I felt so happy for him, and I am rooting for him.
Yeah.
No disrespect to other players. I'm rooting for him to keep his starting spot and really come back and prove some of the naysayers wrong.
He said something in the postgame yesterday that it's 100% obvious, but sometimes I think we all need to be reminded, and I know I did.
Mm-hmm.
He said, look, I can't tell you that my performance wasn't affecting my mood.
Yeah.
And he goes, we play a sport that is very publicly evaluated.
Yes.
And I mean, the way he just said it, it's like, well, yeah, duh. But yeah, he's right. And then, Dave, you've been in the arena. Everybody that goes to the game or watches it, listens to it. There's a certain feeling where, look, I think everybody's rooting for the Kings. That's a Kings fan there.
Yeah.
And everybody knew that he was struggling.
Everybody.
And so it's almost like, I don't know how they say, like, if a pitcher's struggling, hey, and when you're a kid, like playing coach pitch, or not coach pitch, but, first time you're having pitchers pitch and you hear your coach say, Dave, you're aiming the ball. Like,
right.
You're trying so hard to throw a strike.
Yes.
It's like, you've thrown a strike before. Just do it. It's natural.
Stop thinking.
And he's, everybody wants him to make the shot and he misses. And it's like, you just feel a little bit of tension and unease amongst the building. Now they're rooting for him.
Right.
But that's the first miss. Okay. Oh, another one. And then it's almost like, well, I don't know that I want him to shoot anymore because I don't want the same result. And I don't want him to have that same result. So for him to break through and have a little bit of success helped. And I think he's 100%. It's a mental part of this. And I think he needs games to get better. But there's no one else on the team I think we feel this way about. Like, Keegan started 0 for 6 yesterday, and I'm like, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Now, if he went 0 for 10 and then another 0 for 10 and an 0 for 10, it's like, ooh, Keegan's in a bad way. But he's the only one right now I feel this way about on the roster because it's been stretched out a little bit.
We felt this way a couple times about Keegan last year when he was going through the slumps. Game 1 of the playoffs, we felt a little worried for him, but also he was a rookie. Every year there's a blame guy. And by the way, I'm not saying it's not warranted at all, but Kevin has kind of become that guy that the fans look to a little crooked. And he's also, by the way, the author of 2 of the bigger pop moments last year against Utah and this last night.
Huerter pops out on the left wing. Monk drives, kicks. Here's Huerter for 3. He's got the triple. Kings lead by 5. 32 seconds to go on the Kevin Huerter three-pointer. His 3rd in 7 attempts tonight, giving him 12 points. Kings fans are on their feet. Timeout has been taken by Darvin Ham and the Lakers.
Something as simple as he got to light the beam afterwards. He got the defensive player of the game chain. He said, last year it took me 30 games to get it.
Yep.
He got it already on a guy that, I think has been taken out of games, not only for missing shots, but maybe not defending. The Warriors went at him on Friday. So these are good things for him. And I think the other part about it, Davis, too, we know there are other options besides Huerter.
Yes.
Monk's a great player.
Yes.
You could put Duarte, Mitchell, Zenkoff.
Yeah.
So you can't necessarily wait for him, but he's an important part of the team. And so it was really good to see him do that.
And all credit going to him in working and trying to turn this around. But I think it's also important for Kings fans to make sure that you look at this as well as this is coaching. This is Mike Brown at his best, trying to take Kevin Huerter to a different level. Obviously, he's got to think team first, but he's also thinking about Kevin, and it's reflecting.
Yeah, well, you could probably see the expression on my face. It's really not a secret. Definitely just find my rhythm. The preseason, still doing that. First couple games, obviously just a little off offensively. But tonight, obviously, it was that last one. Small victory is what you look for in a long season. It was definitely a small victory.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. I mean, he's being very open about it, too. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's go streaking. World Series Game 3 edition. And then maybe what to watchiest, what to watch, and what to watch history, because there is so much to watch.
Is it Shark Week?
Oh, I read a thing yesterday. I didn't even realize this. I don't think they've won yet. The Sharks, like the hockey Sharks. They're really bad. Or if
they're Sharks Week.
WEAK. I liked it. Yes. We got to get a sponsor. That was great.
You are correct. The Sharks are 0, 8, and 1.
That's not great.
They have a tie.
That's not great. And meanwhile,
No, that's not what that means.
And I think Vegas is undefeated too. Look at me, hockey guy. Love me some hockey. Yeah. Love it with the boards and the goalies and the pucks and the empty nets.
Apparently, the 1 means they lost in overtime.
No, it doesn't. Or does it just mean they went to overtime?
No, if you win in overtime, you get a win. If you lose in overtime, you get a overtime loss.
Oh, hold on. I thought it was like 3. It was like, so if you're like 7-1-0 or 7-0-1 or what, but it was 7-1-0. It's like 7, and then the 1 is they went to overtime, and then the because aren't there 3 little numbers there?
Yeah, but I think the third number is overtime losses.
I think you should check your handiwork during the break and make sure, because we don't want to put out false hockey knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, also, I know we got a break. I haven't said this. R.I.P. Matthew Perry. Yeah. Just out of sucks. And we lost Richard Mole, Bull Shannon, over the weekend as well, which I will admit, no disrespect, because I love Bull as we all. I honestly didn't think he was still with us. I knew Harry from Night Court had passed. Yeah. Marky Post had passed.
Yeah, John Larroquette's still going. He's on the reboot.
John Larroquette.
Is that still going?
I don't know if it is or not, but goodbye, like 25% of my childhood right there between the two. And obviously Perry's, Richard Mole is 80. I think Matthew Perry, that's a tragedy. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go streaking right after this.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey y'all, this is Ashley, owner of Good Guys Heating and Cooling. As most of you may know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is very near and dear to me as my mother Brenda is a breast cancer survivor. Good Guys has teamed up with Susan G. Komen Organization. We pledge in my mom's name to donate $10 for every $69 tune-up booked this month, as well as $250 donation when a new heating and air system is purchased. Please help the Good Guys help so many needed families beat breast cancer, just as my mom Brenda did.
Call 530-GOOD-AIR. License number 1057-618.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changers, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of hundreds of thousands of customers every single day. Imagine what you could do if your business had that kind of reach. It's not a dream. Right now, you can take advantage of Amazon's expansive network to benefit your business. Unlock expert insights and tap into the full potential of Amazon. Simply text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105. Put the power of Amazon to work for you. Text DIGITAL, that's DIGITAL, to 916-766-5105.
It's that time of year. The kids are back in school, and it won't be long before they're bringing home more than just homework. Colds, flu, and viruses are making their rounds, along with miserable seasonal allergies. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. Navage helps provide natural, immediate relief. Listen to the words of Michelle, a verified Navage user. I've had problems for as long as I can remember and finally found this wonderful product. What a difference it has made. I am so excited about this. I tell everyone, thank you, unquote. This cold and flu season, join nearly 4 million people and experience how Navage can help you breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. My name is Kyle Ledbetter, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. It's Victory Monday. The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 132-127 in overtime last night. Kevin Huerter got to light the beam and got the Defensive Player of the Game chain after breaking out of his slump. He hit the dagger with 32 seconds to play. Malik Monk scored 24, including 12 of Sacramento's 17 overtime points. De'Aaron Fox finished with 37 points, 13 coming in the fourth quarter. However, he rolled over on his right ankle in the fourth quarter and needed two staffers to help him off the floor at the end of the game. Stay tuned to the show and SactownSports.com's Frankie Carcelli and Brennan Nunez for the latest injury updates. In football, the San Francisco 49ers allowed 4 touchdowns for the first time this season in a 31-17 loss against the Cincinnati Bengals. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen to all 4 hours on our podcast and YouTube feeds up right now at SactownSports.com. Those are your headlines. Reminder, all guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Now it's time for the final half hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
Good. Kyle?
I'm going to take the player who sounds like an 18th century British aristocrat, Nathaniel Lowe.
He does kind of.
Yeah, he does.
Like, odds are like 95% if somebody's named Nigel or Alistair that they're British. Like 95% chance. They're just Britishy names. When's the last time you talked to an Alistair?
Never.
When's the last time you rooted for an Alistair on the court, field, or rink?
Never.
Right. I can't even do an Alistair more. Like, I'm not even going to try it because I can't even think of any, but it's a name. I can't do a Mount Nigel more. Isn't there a Nigel Barrymore?
Yeah.
Probably. All right. What to watch tonight?
Lots of goodies out there.
Well, it's the Raiders and Lions.
Yeah. That's right here on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, it is. And it's a very angry Lions team. And you would hope a very angry Raiders team, Kyle.
You'd have to pay me to listen to that game.
Hey, funny enough, you will get paid to listen to that game.
I know.
Because you're running the board. Was that your way of saying you're running the board?
Yeah.
So you're doing the mornings and then taking a break and then coming back?
You're damn right.
You know what?
Schedule that. Look.
That's called starting out in the business.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what happens.
We were also together last night for the Kings game.
Yeah.
Oh, did G-Man thank you at the end?
I think it was kind of in the third quarter.
Yeah, he does it usually in broadcast.
Oh, he does?
Yeah,
Okay.
prime
Just
time.
sometime during it. Jason thanked me at the end of the broadcast.
Did you?
He said I did. He said I did good work.
I did.
Hey.
Yeah.
Did he?
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did.
Yes.
All right.
Confirmed. I meant it.
Mavs Grizzlies.
Go. Who do we want?
I think the Grizzlies. Aren't the Mavs undefeated?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Go Rashawn Holmes.
If they would only play him.
Yeah, the Mavs are 2-0.
Okay.
And the Grizzlies are 0-3.
Whoa.
Look out. The Grizzlies are tied with the Rockets and Trailblazers for the worst teams in the NBA. The only other team that has not gotten a win other than the Rockets, Trailblazers, and Grizzlies are the Brooklyn Nets.
Ooh, the Ben Simmons effect.
Well, here's the thing about that.
What's the thing about that?
Ben needs help.
Oh, it can't be the Ben show?
I will tell you, in his last game, he had probably the most normal Ben Simmons-y game that he's had since all the crap went down in
What does that look like?
10 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, 2 steals on 62.5% from the field. That's a Ben Simmons game. That's what he does.
How many shots? 6?
He took 8.
Oh, whoa. He's thirsty.
5 for 8, 10 points. So
10
all
points.
twos.
He was 2 assists away, filling up the stat sheet. Oh, and what doesn't show up there, other than the 2 blocks and steals, is playing all-world defense.
Did he?
Yeah.
Do we know? Is that the game Luka went for 48?
He wasn't allowed to be on Luka because the coach was dumb.
Or was it 49?
Luka went for 49.
Yeah.
You know, he was matched up against
Maxi Kleber?
Derek Jones Jr.
Oh, sure.
And Derek Jones Jr. Scored 4 points. When you look at the people that he was guarding, he was splitting between Grant Williams, Lively, and Jones Jr. They combined Jason Ross for 18 points. He was guarding all 3 simultaneously.
Wow, he's so good.
Right?
But not looking at Luka.
No, they were like, no, we don't want to tire you out on the offensive end.
Got it. Okay.
Put that on the Kings.
Yeah.
Championships. Notice the S at the end?
Yeah, I did.
Did you notice the S?
Yeah.
I thought it was a Z.
Championships.
Yeah, because they used to be the Kangs.
Yeah, and now they'd be the Kangs again, but the Z would mean something great. And yeah, it's a most improved player, 2023-24, Benjamin L. Simmons.
Yeah.
So you got the Mavs and Grizz, the Warriors and the Pelicans, who have been pelicaning so far this season with a healthy Zion Williamson. Another player I wish was on the Kings in Herb Jones. And
Zion?
And
can't get greedy, I guess.
That's a great question.
What?
For the same exact, if you can't trade him, same exact cost. Don't worry about salary cap, but let's say it was I don't know, Kevin Huerter. We'll just throw him since everyone's picking on him. Kevin Huerter, and you either get Zion Williamson or Herb Jones. That's actually a really interesting question. You're looking at me like, how is that possibly an interesting?
How is that a possibly?
Because I'm trying to take into account Zion's injury history and also what Herb Jones brings to this team that Zion wouldn't necessarily like. Look, of course, I'd love to have Zion Williamson. Of course, but like, would you rather, if you have one shot at either of those guys, would you rather have Zion and maybe than Herb Jones and defense 82 games a year?
Okay, I'm going to take those two out. I'm going to ask you, same stuff that has to go back to the opposing team.
Okay.
You get Zion or you get Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons.
Oh, my God.
Ben Simmons. He's far more durable. Okay.
You're going far more durable?
He is durabler.
I thought you said adorable.
He is adorable.
He is.
His little accent, kind of, but not really.
Yeah.
It's like, is that an accent? I can't tell.
I don't know.
But I would let me take your volley and let me volley it back.
Okay.
Okay. Honest answer. Of their capabilities, which player brings more of what the Kings need? Totally not a leading question.
Zion Williamson.
You're lying.
It's Zion.
You're lying too.
Dominant.
I think there's only 2 players on the Kings I wouldn't give up for Zion.
When he's healthy, he's done. By the way, I love Zion Williamson. I would love him. This is just a thought exercise here. But I'm saying all the Kings need is defense. They have everything else.
But his name is Herb.
Oh, okay. I wonder if KFC's following him. Remember how they followed only the herbs and spices?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's one of the herbs.
Spice Girls and 5 guys named Herb.
Yeah, it's Herb Dean and like some other. Anyways, Ben Simmons brings, in my humble opinion, what his toolkit is. His toolkit is not as big as Zion Williamson. Zion has like the jackhammer and the tractor, but Zion Williamson has like a bunch of hand saws, and the Kings really need hand saws right now. They already have a bunch of tractors and sledgehammers.
Yeah.
They need saws.
Ben Simmons has that. His are emotional, and they work part of the time.
His saws are emotional. He has emotional saws.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they work part of the time.
By the way, the YouTube chat is overwhelmingly agreeing with me.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. Well, hold on. This guy says, Kevin says Zion every day and twice on Saturday.
Oh, but not Sunday.
Sounds like he's leaving it open for
Sundays.
Maybe for Ben Simmons.
Sundays are for Simmons.
Fine. You know what?
Ben Simmons is more of a Tuesday guy.
Let's go get Zion Williamson, and now let's lose our games 184 to 180.
But how much fun?
It would be a blast for the 20-minute Zion plays for us all year.
Don't you want highlights? I want to be on Sports Center.
You guys keep dragging me down this Ben Simmons road.
We're dragging you there.
I don't have the energy for it anymore.
And I agree with you.
I'm going to go call my friends at American Energy right now.
Hello,
American
friends.
Energy Heating and Air. Hello, friends. Don't know if you noticed this morning, but it was a little nipply outside. That's right. Standing at attention because it was cold. And by the way, I understand cold's relative. Every time I do one of these, don't be the person that's like, oh, this isn't cold. You don't know cold. Yeah, I do. I know getting up at -12 and having to slide the ice, scrape the ice off my white Geo Metro with a CD jewel case. I lived in St. Paul, Minnesota, huh? I did have it. Well, it was because I cleaned carpets. It was their Geo Metro, but yeah, you had to warm the thing up for an hour before you could leave. There were commercials that were, here it's like, hey, get AAA, or hey, don't forget to bring the jack for your car. Out there, it's like, if you don't have an emergency kit, you could die. Yeah, because it's so cold. I understand cold, but I'm saying it's all relative. And for California, it was cold this morning. It's going to be cold tomorrow. And you know what? Winter, it is coming. Go see my friends at American Energy Heating and Air and let them get you up to $9,000 in rebates between themselves and SMUD and so many more. They'll do all the rebate work for you too. Get yourself a nice new comfort system that's going to save you money in the long run anyways, and get $9,000 in rebates. Or at the very least, have them come out. It's American Energy Heating and Air, by the way. Have them come out and have them check your system. Have them replace your filters. Have them give you a tune-up so you're good to go come Wintertime. That's right. Check them out at AmericanEnergyHeatingandAir.com. Or should I say AmericanEnergyAir.com? Important to give you the right website. Or give them a call. 916-520-9990 now. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's cross-talk with Styles and Watkins next.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple of people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around the store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Do you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals that help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Winco, or a local grocery store near you.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health Sacramento different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple: to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your free T-check and exam and save $199 today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit us at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Hey. All right, we're just having a roundtable discussion. Chris, have you been keeping things from us, and are you part of the Kings front office?
No. Do I have a puffy vest on?
No, but you've got a nice purple Kings polo.
Yeah, got this from the store.
Did you really?
Yes, sir.
That's generally, I mean, usually. Here's my thing. You come in, no hat today.
Yep, no hat.
Nicely tight haircut, beard.
Thank you.
Like, tell me if you saw him walking with Monty over to Sauce or wherever the hell they eat.
They're working on a trade.
You'd be like, oh, that's part of the front office.
Yeah. Just got to keep my hands in my pockets and nod my head every
we have
couple
breaking
seconds.
news, please.
Oh boy.
Just in
When
time.
it breaks, we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
According to Shams Charania and Sam Amick, De'Aaron Fox has avoided significant injury, but has sustained a moderate sprain of his right ankle. He is likely to miss some time. Again, that's according to Sam and Shams. 37 points last night and a victory over the Lakers. Once again, De'Aaron has avoided significant injury. My guess is MRI, et cetera, came in negative, but there's a sprain there. It's moderate, not mild, but not severe. He will miss some time. What is that time? Again, total guess is going to be one of those. Well, he's out for the Warriors, and it's a day-to-day.
It's a light week, fortunately, schedule-wise, right? They play Wednesday and then not till Saturday, but yeah. We'll see.
I don't know why the music coming back on.
It was a little bit.
Let's
Interesting.
see. Yeah, so they're at Golden State. Then they go to Houston Saturday and Monday.
Don't need him.
Now, and then they play Portland at home Wednesday.
Don't need him.
Now, I was just going to say the same thing. Obviously, you'd love to have him for Golden State. But if you kept him out for the Houston-Portland games and brought him back, that's Friday, November 10th.
That's a long time.
That's a good, 10, 12 days there. Here's the thing. He ain't going to want to miss playing in Houston. So I wonder what's going to happen there. Then that's their only trip to Houston. That's where he's from. I don't think that would make the decision, but I tell you right now, he's not going to want to. And you even wonder if he's going to go on the roadie at that point. They might.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that the Kings will win both those games in Houston without De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. They're just annoying enough that I could see them splitting.
Yeah,
they'll get one, obviously, but I don't know if they get both without De'Aaron.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worth it. I would sit him.
It's a long season.
Sit him out. Yep.
The Rockets suck, right?
The entire reason why De'Aaron's had these ankle issues in general is because he came back too quick the first time. And his rookie season?
Yeah.
He had that grade 3 and came back in like 2 weeks. Ankles. He even said it himself. His ankles have never been the same.
Well, and that is one. Do we, by the way, any part of us blame in the shoes?
Yeah, I am. It's not a coincidence.
Curry shoes.
I thought he was trying to Trojan horse the Warriors. Turns out.
Yeah. I mean, it is weird.
Well, I mean, the thing is, too, Steph Curry never had any ankle issues.
Ever.
Well, Steph has, grade 11, they look like Transformer ankle, you know what I mean?
Right.
Ankle braces. So he wears that with the shoes.
Yeah.
So I don't know how good he has bad ankles, but De'Aaron, what is he going to go full Steph and start wearing them too?
He already does. I'm not.
He
mistaken.
wears some braces, but I don't think he wears. Yeah, I know he wears some form of protection, but I don't think he wears like the Steph, like
ankle weights,
the Forrest Gump, magic leg on there. Celebrity birthdays.
A little floppy.
Brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than Crumble Cookies, which we got to sample on Friday. Did you get any of those, Alan?
Far too many.
Yeah.
Far too many.
It really does at some point. It starts to hurt a little bit.
Yeah. It's good for the start of the show, but
then that sugar crash hits about 2 hours in.
By like noon.
Yeah, and by 1 o'clock, you're like, we're in the King's play tonight. It sounds like you're on mescaline. I mean, that I've heard.
Yeah.
Just
allegedly.
You guys left like 6 for me in the afternoon. I was like, well, everyone's gone. These are just going to go to waste if I don't eat them.
Right.
So,
because they were still in the studio and they were in the corner and I didn't know. Right. So we get through the show and then I look in the corner and it's just like, when you open it like a treasure chest. So I had about 4 more.
You had 6 of them?
I took some home later.
Would you prefer that he would have just let them
still here? Would you eat one today?
I'll tell you right now, if there's a box of Crumble Cookies there and there's a couple left, they wouldn't have been still here.
Yeah, it's true.
You took them home. Don't you know that you can't do? That's like illegal.
That's like actually, 3 days after the cookies
I'm
were
telling
here.
HR. What if Sepp and what if the fish guys want Kent Brown? What if they wanted him?
They had bagels, I think, on Saturday.
Riveting. Got the pizza guy. Now you got the cookie monster.
I'm the M&M's guy, apparently.
I'm stealing cookies. That's how you should open every freaking update. Celebrity birthday.
Free cookies.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Devin Booker.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, I played too much. I need to rest in game 3. Meanwhile, De'Aaron Fox is out there with a cheddar cheese shredded leg, and he's fine. Devin, I can't play. Devin is actually 28 today.
28.
He's one of those guys that there's a whole group of players that just feel like they've been the same age for the last 5 years. I think he's younger than that, but I think it's just because I feel like that. I'm going to go 26.
I think you're right. He's going to be on this side at 28. You're 100% right. But it seems like he's been in the league for 20 years. This dumb, punchable face.
It's actually funny. Christopher Laud's not here because he's celebrating with his favorite player, Devin Booker, right now. His 27th birthday.
I think he's right.
Chris Watkins is right. It's 27.
Oh,
I think they're right.
We have a correct answer.
I think it's 27.
It is 27.
Shout out Verlon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Is he ever coming back?
I don't know.
He said he'd call in from Cincinnati and get the Bengals.
Just stay out there. You and your snarky ass.
Happy
your
birthday,
and chili.
Nia Long.
Hot sauces.
Oh, I got it. She's going to be older than I think. Isn't she?
Definitely.
52.
Yeah.
43.
3?
I'll say 56.
56?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was asking Simone if this is who I thought it was.
Cookies.
54.
Or we have a tie between Kyle and Alan. 53.
Wow. Was she married to Ime Udoka? Is this who I'm thinking?
I don't know if they were married, but they're together. And
Okay. I mean this with all respect, obviously, but honestly, top 5 most attractive person I've ever lived. How could he do that? Like, what an idiot. Just saying.
Happy birthday to the Fonz, Henry Winkler.
Hey.
Gene Cousineau.
Sure.
What?
Is that from Barry?
Yeah.
He's actually 77.
Hey, up there. 76.
I'll say 72.
79.
We have a tie between Kyle and Dave. 78.
Oh,
hey.
Wow.
Happy birthday to Quinn Snyder, coach of the Jazz.
My wife is.
I'm sorry, the Hawks.
My wife's actually scared of Quinn Snyder.
Yeah.
No, she's like, he looks like a killer.
He looks like if tax evasion was a person.
Yes. What? Wait, what?
Just go with it.
Okay. Do you use that in the stand-up?
That's way too niche. Way too niche of a joke.
Sure.
Quinn Snyder is 54.
Yeah.
52.
52.
I'm going to say Quinn Snyder is 48.
55.
Kyle for the win. 57.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Marcus Mariota.
Okay.
Oof.
All right. This is your
wheelhouse
for me. This should be good for me. I'm gonna go. It's got to be, I think, 30 on the nose.
30 on the nose.
He's either 30 or I'll say 29. I'm doing the same math he's doing, but with Jameis Winston. So
yeah,
I'll say Mariota's 28.
29, 30.
I'll say 29 also.
29. We have a correct answer. Alan, 30, right on the nose.
Man.
We're in the same area,
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I finished and he's there.
Right?
Finished and he's there.
What's coming on the show? More of that.
What's coming up on the show?
More of that. And, of course, we're going to talk lots of Kings. We're actually going to talk about the Kings' opponents, Warriors and Lakers.
Yeah.
And we're going to break down this whole, is Brock pretty bad now thing, I guess.
And they hit rock bottom, like they said up there, right?
There we go.
All right. For Jason, for Matt Barrows, sort of Kyle, Simone laughing in the background and chucking footballs. Stay tuned. It's Styles and Watkins next. Light the beam. Bye-bye now.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week.